Good morning. Today is 5th of February 2025, and we are going to be racing today. We are going to be racing at Warwick Farm. This is in New South Wales, Australia, and this is how the track looks like. It's a tricky track. It's a triangle shape, and the last mile is about 326 meters, the last finishing mile. The ground rating today is good, and that's the option that we are going to be playing today. However, we are we were discussing yesterday that I'm going to be taking in the data for the midweek races. So therefore, the other track that we have is Ipswich, which is a soft 5. We are also going to be monitoring the Ipswich, and we'll see what's happening at Ipswich as well. I've got the data for both the tracks, and we'll see how it works. Warwick Farm, I'm going to be doing live. Ipswich, I already had a little time, so I've gone through it because it is not going to be possible for me to do both the races simultaneously. So one of the tracks had to be done. So Ipswich, I did review the Ipswich, and I have my picks in there, and we'll see what's going on. So that's what we have to deal with. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we do make changes with our picks and then place our bets. It's horse racing. We need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and minimize the risk. That's exactly what we try and do. So we'll get on with the first race today, which is here at Warwick Farm, and we'll take a look at the scratching. The entire field looks like has been scratched. There are only 3 horses running. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9. Gabriel man, welcome back, Gabriel man. Thank you for being here. That five is looking like she's got this, but it's a mixed sex. There's a colt in here. That changes the entire dynamics of this race. The gelding is in the best hands with a drift. This drift doesn't stand, but this is a 3-year-old filly. If they're sexually active, this thing might go very wrong. The mixed sexes are never a pleasant experience. They always backfire. The 5 looks good from all angle, but there's always a but. It's a mixed sex. That's the first but. And that gelding is the best fit. Whatever that little difference is, but it is still la that. And out of the entire circus that is going to happen here is going to be happening on 5. The entire world is going to put money on 5. So that's an opportunity. That's an opportunity for the track. If you try and reason this, why should they let you win with that 5? Why should they let you win with that 5? That 5 looks good. There's no doubt that 5 looks good. But the problem is this, that it is a 3-horse race. We need to look for the blinkers. That's the first thing. Anybody who's got the lead has got the race. That's the first thing. Anybody losing the pack has lost it. And secondly is it's a 3-horse race. So the entire world is going to put money on that 5. Beware of what's going to happen.
Okay, runners in the yard here for the first of Warwick Farm. Just 3 runners in the first. Disappointing. Very small field for Warwick Farms, except it's overall way down. This is the smallest of them, though. 3 in the first. Idle Flyer and Metaphorically, who did meet at their most recent run. Wasn't much between them. The market says Idle Flyer's got the edge today. Metaphorically, 290, and then Highly Tempted Tony Ball coming down from Taree. It's a $10 chance. Let's get to Benway and Brad Gray in the yard.
Welcome to Warwick Farm. Fantastic to have your company here. Beautiful day, albeit maybe on the brink of a change as the wind just comes through. So at the moment it is at their backs. They will have a tailwind down the straight, but a storm is expected within the next half hour or so. So we'll keep an eye on the skies. At the moment we are on a good track. The rail is out.
Rexy, welcome back, Rexy.
6 winners will certainly cheer us up through the day, won't it? A total of 46 runners will kick off the day with the Precise Air Handicap, a benchmark 68 for 3-year-olds over the 1400. You can scratch Pretty Powerful, Hammett, Tomba, Railway Man, Call Me Sun and Placid Pearl, leaving us with a field of 3. And we'll start off the yard. Brad Gray and Chantel Buckley alongside me with Metaphorically for O'Shea and Charlton Aquatic in the saddle.
Well, he's going to lead here, you'd think. So a field of 3, it's going to be a battle of tactics. So he does have to turn the tables on Idle Flyer from last start, but I guess the excuse you can make is the fact he didn't get the clearest of passages in the straight. I thought ultimately Idle Flyer was just too strong over the concluding stages, but given he'll run the race as he pleases out in front, he has to be some kind of hope here. The market's obviously identified that. I imagine he'll try and back off just in the middle stages and then give a bit of a kick and maybe slip for home. So he's hard fit. I do think the 1400 metres looks perfect now.
He's looking great. I didn't see him last start, but I've seen him in previous runs and he's looking much the same. He's just rock hard fit. He doesn't look like he's lost any condition from the last time I saw him. His coat's still in tip-top order. He's still got that beautiful shiny gleaming coat to him. He's always been pretty relaxed. Nothing seems to really faze him. He was a month in between runs last time out. I thought his win when he bullied his way through was quite good, given that he's not over a big, strong gelding. But his need is good and still looking as well.
The 5, Idle Flyer, Zach Lloyd, barrier 3, Maddie Smith.
Yeah, she's a talented filly. She looks to be going places. So looking at her pedigree, Done Deal being the sire, I think she'd relish 1400 metres. And if you have a look at that replay from last start, it was that last 200 metres where she really savaged the line. Her last 200 metres, in fact, was the quickest across the entire meeting. That screams that she'll relish this journey. She'll settle closer by default. I was actually keen on her chances, to be fair, when she was a $2.80 chance, and there was a lot of speed on paper, and we had the opportunity to actually back her. Now she's deep into the red as a $1.45 favourite, but she looks a filly destined to skip through the grades, and this looks a nice progression for her.
She's very progressive, isn't she? And she looks the part now. This is actually the first time I've seen her in the flesh. So start number 5, and she's just been working through the grades quite nicely. First time over this trip, but just the way you watch her in the races, she just takes forever to wind up. So you think the further the better for this type of filly. But for her to do what she did on the Kenzo, when I'm pretty sure it was very biased that day, and it was very on pace, and she came from the tail end there, circled the field, and she was really dominant to the line. So yes, she's short. Should she be? Probably. She does come here with very good form on the side and a very good turn of foot when she finally works up to it. So looking forward to seeing what she does here. It's a small field. It's going to be very tempo related. So we probably won't see the best of her in this type of race, but she should be almost able to win it.
The outsider in the field is Highly Tempted Sienna Grima here, claiming 3 for Tony Ball.
So he is a fit 3-year-old, given he's on the quick turnaround. He ran just last Friday at Taree. That was in Class 1 company. Now, on that occasion, he settled midfield, peeled widest, and ran on into second as a well-backed favourite. The winner was a touch too good, but the winner looks pretty smart. A lightly raced galloper going through the grades. There was a gap back to third. Another win does look close, I will say that, but more so in country company. But even if you run third here, Shani, you get 5,500.
Absolutely. The more scratchings for this horse, the better. And I can see why they've decided to bring him here. He's racing really well without winning. He's racing really consistently. He hasn't been too far away. So perfect race for him. Shani takes 1.5 kilos off. She will ride at the 53, but she knows his horse well. She'd do a lot of work on him, I'd say. Well, she would have done a lot of work on him previously. Looks good. Really can't fault him at all. He's travelled down well. He seems bright within himself. So positive signs for him. I wonder if he's a country championship type of horse. We'll ask Tony in a moment.
We certainly will. So, of those that are not here, Pretty Powerful's nominated for a 3 and 4 year old benchmark 78 at Randwick on Saturday. So, every chance we'll see that galloper in a few days' time. And we've also got Call Me Son as nominated for a race in Canberra, an open handicap over 1300 on Friday. So, every chance we'll see those again soon.
Rexy, I'm not going to be putting anything on this. It's a 3-horse race. Anybody who's got the lead will get it. And the entire world is going to put money on that 5.
Really confident about
Warwick race 3. I haven't done it, bro. I can tell you about the Ipswich. We're going to be doing both the tracks today. But Warwick haven't done. This one I'm not going to get into this. The 5 may win. It's a mixed sex, 1400 meter, and only 3 horses. It's a disaster recipe.
Quick one as well on Divine Vicky and Wind of Change, both at double figures in race 4. Do you consider either a blowout chance?
I thought Wind of Change it would improve more positively. She's ridden a bit conservative first up, and like her races in New Zealand.
Race 3, Warwick will have to get there. Scratchings.
Thank you. Thanks very much to Maddie Smith. Now we're going to cross over to Shani, who's going to catch up with the Tony Ball stable. Shani, over to you. A $1,500 purchase.
Yeah, Michael, 1500, is that true?
Yeah, no, it was 1,500. He turned up. He had a bandage on his back leg, but all it was just a little bit superficial. And other than that, it's been a good trooper for us. So
Racing really well, racing really consistently, isn't he?
massively consistently. This prep, I think he's gone 3-2-2. First one was an unsuitable distance. Second one was massive at Port Macquarie on a league price track. And the other day, Port Macquarie, got massively checked around the corner. Probably lost 2 lengths and only went down fighting by 0.99. So he's screaming for the 1400, and here it is.
Country Championship horse, is he ready yet?
I don't think that he's ready for it, but the 1200 the way Port's playing at the moment, it's not going to help. If it was 1400 at Tari or Tuncurry, I'd be there in a heartbeat. But just the way Port Macquarie's playing at the moment, a little bit too on pace than 1200. They'll just running off his feet early. So there's other options like highways and 3-year-old races. If he shows up in this, we could actually have a crack at.
All right, Run, Rory, Run, just a quick comment.
Oh, flying.
That's all I need to know. Best of luck.
All right, Run, Rory, Runner, a little bit later on in the day, race number 6, $26 outside us. That's a decent push. Tom Charlton joins us as well. We can tick off all 3 runners metaphorically. How do you consider your chances?
I think it looks a realistic top 3 chance.
That's very good by you.
They've used good preparations. Last one was excellent. Should handle a tactical race well. I think the favourite looks a progressive filly. With things that favoured today could reverse the result.
We do have that tactical advantage, hopefully leading them up.
None of them have blinkers.
They have
They're either overconfident or they know the results.
But she looked great, really good.
A 3-horse, 4-horse race, they require the blinkers. None of them have blinkers.
A to beat B to beat C, so $1.35 now for this filly. She does look progressive. Keen to see her out to the 1400 metres for the first time. Probably not an ideal scenario for her, given it is going to be a jog and a dash over the concluding stages, but all being equal, she should win again, just as she
Said, I'm out of this one. It's a 3-horse race, Said. Welcome back, by the way, but it's a disaster recipe. It's a mixed sex. There's a colt in there. And, 3-horse, 4-horse race, it's not... I don't like to get into all that. I don't like to get into all that. You need at least 7, 8 horses to be in a safe zone. In here, anybody losing the pack will lose it. They don't even know if they're racing until and unless they're in a pack. They need to run together. If they run together, the 5 will win. Novato, welcome back. If they run together, the 5 will win. But if the 5 is again influenced by that colt, because it's a mixed sex. There's a 3-year-old filly and there's a 3-year-old colt. It's all hormonal between those two. The safest one is the gilding. The safest one is the gilding. That's always been the case in mixed sexes.
All these scratchings, they all scratched early yesterday. So the majority had no intentions of even running here today.
But I mean, even if you put a place, you will get a place bet on this.
Kick off today's program and metaphorically bounced out of the gates and is going to lead the favourite Idle Flyer. And highly tempted, the roughie is going to settle back last of all. So Warwick has the front here, metaphorically. Been a fair drift from the market.
So far they're together.
And the raging favourite at 135.
If they keep it like this.
And the hope for the bookies, highly tempted last of all. So they've got 1,000 metres to run as they thunder along the banks of the shark-infested Georges River. And it's metaphorically cantering along in the lead. Going very, very slow. Metaphorically a half in front to Idle Flyer and 2 lengths away now to Highly Tempted. So they've got 700 metres to run and metaphorically shows the way from Idle Flyer. They fought out a finish at Kensington a fortnight ago and Idle Flyer swooped right out to knock off metaphorically, but metaphorically in a leading role in this small field. Now Idle Flyer being nudged along by Lloyd on the outside, and they've got the bookies hope, Highly Tempted. So it's game on around the turn.
Ascot, welcome back, bro. Good morning.
Metaphorically might be going better than the
one will win.
Metaphorically 2 lengths clear. Idle Flyer, Zach Lloyd getting desperate. It's sticking to the task. It's chipping away. It's trying to come back again. But metaphorically a length in front, 3/4 a half.
No. 5. 5.
Idle Flyer knocked off metaphorically.
518. Good morning.
First at Warwick Farm. Highly Tempted third.
So that is good racing. The 5 was with all the good numbers.
Watching like all of you and thinking, oh, what's happening here? Metaphorically, look to have stolen a march, but Idle Flyer does exactly that. Idles.
Anybody losing the pack will lose.
And this time,
They were in the pack. If they kept
75.
that 8 lost the pack.
Pretty handy. Done deal on the 1400. Look fantastic.
Ascot ready. Ascot is here.
That's from mile 2. But Idle Flyer continues on her winning ways. The Zach attacker was Zach Lloyd, who ultimately prevailed metaphorically, runs second and Highly Tempted.
Yeah, I was out of that one. That's brilliant, Ascot. Okay, the next one which is coming up is the Queensland racing. This one is a maiden race. We'll take a look at the paddock.
She's ticked that box, and I'd love to see her out to 1,600 metres next time.
Yeah, well, all 3 runs this preparation, we've kind of seen the same thing. In Pembroke Grange over the 1,000, she wasn't quite sharp enough to pick them up. Having been out-sprinted there, we saw her again on the Kenzo, out-sprinted, but she flooded home late to get there in the final stride. And again, this time maybe picking them up with about 15 metres or so to go. Numbers across the line, 5, 1 and 8. And we talked about the purchase price of Highly Tempted. Well, Idle Flyer was bought for $70,000 and prize money is now pushed north of $100,000. So she's certainly doing a great job for Maddie Smith and Connections. Well done to Zach Lloyd, who gets a win, 3 points in the Jockey Challenge, and the $1.45 favourite prevails. I don't know if I've ever heard a fittingly named horse because she idles and then she flies, Maddie.
Yeah, she only does a bare minimum, doesn't she? You have to really get stuck into a late. She found again, so it's a good sign for a good horse when they get under pressure. So the race is probably run. Yes, if I could leisurely gallop early and was a sprint home. Look, she's only lightly raced. She's learning her craft, so she'll be better. I'll look at that over a mile.
I was about to say, how do you kind of nurture her here? Because the name Done Deal strikes out at you and it says, keep going over further, over further, over further. So how do you hold off and protect her before just, jumping up to a crib like that?
Yeah, look, we want to be in some of those 14 miles over the carnival with her for 3 old fillies, but I mean, there's a race like the English race in a couple of weeks down in Melbourne. We might go there instead to fill in the gap, so to speak. So, but we'll just see how she pulls up.
You've done well.
Thank you.
Nice work. Well done to Maddie Smith. He, I'm sure, like many, was a touch concerned at about the 150 metre mark there, Shani, but Zach Lloyd can give us his thoughts and whether he was a touch nervous. Last start, he said the horse managed to recover my damage. Well, today, any damage she had was her doing.
Good job, Zach. She's a very progressive horse. She just takes so long to wind up, doesn't she?
Yeah, she I was very happy obviously with stepping up and trip today, but she's very progressive as you said. All she wanted to do was relax today, which is promising going forward because in the past all she's wanted to do was go a bit keen. So she's figuring out that regard, but she's still very new in her racing. I knew she'd drop the bit at the 400, that's why I tried to be as close to metaphorically as I could be, but I got a bit nervous there. But no, she picked up well and she gallops through the line so well. So step up and trip in the future, there's no problem.
Maddie was thinking 1600 and beyond.
Yeah, 100%. That's definitely going to be a go. So when they sprint away from her, it's not going to be as sharp as the 6-7 furlong. That she'll have time to go through her gears. Where she's just doing a bit rushed at the minute, but she's got gears for sure.
How's the track?
Yeah, felt nice. So I'm in and out. So I'll leave it to the rest of them for today.
Hope you luck. Well done.
Yeah, thanks.
That's a nice hit and run mission from Zach Lloyd. Congratulations, he gets a win. Idle Flyer, $1.45 the open this morning, $1.35 the starting price, and $1.30 on the local tote. So punters have latched on, albeit in a 3-horse race. Congratulations to Matty Smith. He had a few good ones at the trials the other day. I saw Headwall, the winner of the Group 3 Warrior, enjoyed some quiet work. French Endeavour was doing nice work behind the stablemate in Way to the Stars, and even Cosmic Vixen, who we haven't seen much of, walked in a trial there. So he's got a handy one in Idle Flyer. Any thoughts before we bid farewell to the first, Shani?
No, we'll be following her. Brett and I were only saying last night on Form Line that we're lucky that we are always here on these Wednesday meetings and we always see these really progressive horses coming through and then they go on to bigger and better things in town, especially carnival time. So looking forward to seeing where this filly progresses to, because she certainly, I know she didn't win the race by far, but there's a lot of upside to her.
Absolutely, and a couple of options, one down south and some deeper over the mile into the Sydney Autumn Carnival as well. We'll head back to Anthony. We're not too far away from the first race at Ipswich, our second race at 3:30.
Okay, good on you, Ben. Brad, Shenny, and your favourite bits down there. Heart in your mouth sort of stuff halfway down the straight, but once she flattened it, she was too good. So Idle Flyer defeats metaphorically and highly talented. And finished in market order. Let's take a break. Ipswich is coming up next.
Fourth of the Gold Coast, 28th of January. It was fast away, led comfortably. A little bit weak over the final part there, so a bit of an inconclusive trial. Not many were actually pushed out in that particular heat.
Bit of money for the 3, Victory Melody. Tennille Ranger Trains puts a visor on today with Sammy Cotter.
Yeah, originally thought the 800 might be a little bit short, but he is nice and fresh, and he was fast out of the gates when winning a recent Bow Desert trial over 900 metres. Just like the fact that he had a prep, he showed a bit of ability early in his prep last time, that he just might have a little bit of experience over some of these horses.
Here's the 4, Hidden Nugget, Darren Bell, Georgie Cartwright.
Yes, only the one public trial, one at Deegan. Narrow win. It appeared that the other horse, Waku, was possibly going a little bit better on the line. That horse has since come out to win.
That's right.
And Darren Bell did tell us earlier that Georgie Cartwright, who rode, reported that he was sort of waiting for the other horses. And he told you that this horse has jumped out okay as well.
Yes, very quick out in the jump outs apparently. Let's look at Jacques Demore from the Tina Kotsiopoulos stable. He's had a freshen up of 7 weeks. Mark Duplessis.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's drawn an inside gate and he's run a couple of placings so far here, that he'd have to be a chance.
Then we get to Ella Dior, Tina Kotsiopoulos as well, with Michael Hallier.
Just watching this mare today, she's having a first start.
Kick and Run went out very early. Christos Centillos and Luke Dempsey.
Their blinkers off. In fact, it's got about 6 gear changes for a bit from Purdy and
Hasn't started.
had a start. A 5-year-old mare by Scissor Kick. It looks as though she's got a fair bit of speed. The latest trial led, but did get a bit tired over the 1,050, hence she's kicking off today over the 800. The alley could be the problem.
Here's the favourite, number 9, Borisova, Stewie Kendrick and Cody Collis.
Defended by Brazen Bow, she's gone okay the last couple of trials, in particular the latest, when finishing together with Ready to Ignite, who looks pretty smart.
Everything is getting tailed at Ipswich. I like the 3, but
She hasn't quite got it all together. Action on her.
everything is getting tailed. The 3, the 9,
She'd have to be a chance.
the 6.
The last one is the roughie in the race. Razor's Magic at 100 to 1 from the Gary Schwenke stable with Nosy Tomazawa.
Wanted. She hasn't done enough so far in 4 starts.
And I think it's raining as well. Is it?
Rightio, Borisova's gone 220 to 330. Hidden Nugget 340 to 420 back into 350. The other one they're backing for is Kick and Run, a debutante, a 5-year-old. from the Christos Centula stable. She's 21s into 13s, Maxie.
She's got the outside gate, stall number 9 here, so she's going to be a little bit in her favour. She was sort of exempt from the parade. Maybe she's not 100% straightforward.
No, she's not. I think she's got a few barrier issues. The stable is very, very confident, although still wary that she's a first starter and she's had a few barrier issues, so it might not be as straightforward as just, turning up.
3 is okay. So 3 was getting tailed at the paddock. I like the 3 at Ipswich.
It's getting close to 6.
Oh, I would say so. Raining pretty good here for 20 minutes.
First race over 800
It's
metres.
foggy as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
What kind of nonsense is going on?
Issue, as you can see my that shot there over at the start.
And all of them are getting tailed. So I'm not going to be putting money on this one.
Victory Melody.
So I like the 3, but it's
Over the
weird.
9, Morrisova, who's been very weak in the market, but did trial up nicely for that most recent trial for Stuart Kendrick. Big nugget I've got in the mix, number 4. He's probably an improver on that lone official trial, but has had a couple of jump outs as well, as I understand it. Hidden Nugget. And then I've got number 6, Shackton Moore. He should know what to do. He's drawn the good gate to jump and hopefully put himself into a nice spot. There's Hidden Nugget, number 4, trained by Darren Bell. Georgina Cartwright rode this guy when he looked pretty good. He went up to the line with a horse that subsequently won there at Deegan.
Alrighty, I'm with the 3. I thought he looked like a little angel in the yard, actually. This Hidden Nugget, he looks as though he does everything right throughout his jump out. So the same numbers, only I've put Hidden Nugget on top. 4 to beat 9, 6 and 3. Let's get to Anthony for a market update.
Yeah, Morrisova, as Maxie said, has been very easy, out to $3 and
Said I like the 3, but I'm not going to be getting into it. They're all getting tailed.
Cents best back to beat it, and Victory Melody is
They're all getting tailed. 3, 6, 9. All the best horses are getting tailed.
shortest price. That horse has been
I like the 3, but I'm not getting into it.
Morrisova, very soft, 330. And the other 3, Hidden Nugget, Victory Melody, and Shackton Moore.
Even they like the 3. They have very high hopes on 3. The 3 is beautiful on numbers.
Yes, well, blink and you'll miss it. There will absolutely be handlebars down here. They always are in these 800-metre races, but particularly when it's raining, Maxie.
Yes.
So out of all that, 3 and 9 they share the rails. They all there. If you look at how things are, that 3 is the lowest. Through the handicapping, it's within the RTH, it's there. It's the best BB. The 2 problems. These people are mulish, and it is getting tailed.
This one looks to have moved in. Morrisova, a narrow favourite. He's gone for a bath in betting. The lights on, we're set. Gates open and they're racing now. Morrisova was only moderate into stride. There's pace from Hidden Nugget from out wide, starting to go forward. Raises Magic surging up towards the lead, and also not far away, Hassan's Treasure over on the inside, poking through to about 3rd. They were followed next behind those horses. Sharkdamore driving up in the middle, and Morrisova gets to about 4th. Wider Victory Melody, and then came back behind them. We had Host Winerico and long margins away to Kick and Run, and last of all was Ella Deo into the straight. Hidden Nugget kicks away here. Hassan's Treasure coming out at the inside. Then came wide around Sharkdamore. Borisova's trying to pick up, but can't do so at the moment with Victory Melody. In front, Hidden Nugget still about a length clear. Kicking strongly, Hidden Nugget, and wins well on debut. Hidden Nugget beat Hassan's Treasure. Sharkdamore beat Borisova. Next, Victory Melody. Host Winerico.
4.
Back in the field was Razor's Magic. Towards the end, Kick and Run. On the tail end, it was Ella Deo. All right, Jared, so number 4 is the winner, Hidden Nugget. Bouncing the gates quickly, was right up there on the speed with Hassan's Treasure, and has worried Hassan's Treasure out of it. Hidden Nugget, written by Georgina Cartwright for Darren Bell, who trains at Deegan. And obviously this guy was very well prepared with just the one public trial. But
Abby got 4. Lewis, welcome back.
on today, Hudson's Treasure was quite good there at his first start, and Shaktamore 3 out red cap holds down that third spot. Borisova never really got into it, and the one that they backed at odds just couldn't go. The speed, kick and run was always at the rear, but yes, the Darren Bell stable, we know it's a good stable when it gets its act together, and it has now. Bernie, it's taken a little while to transfer from Victoria to set up again.
Oh, he's on a roll.
It's Queensland, but he's on a roll.
He's on a roll.
A lovely horse called Breezen, is it Breezen? That
Yep.
I've got a bit of an opinion of as well.
Yes, well, he's Danielle and Darren.
So that 4 is a maiden. It's never been into any races, but that's superseding all the other horses in terms of handicapping and in terms of, you know, the advantages that it has. So that 4 looks very good on papers. The best hand is definitely 6. 3 is also in good hands. That's a colt, but they make a pack.
A gem to do anything with.
He is, Bernie. At home, it's the same. He's been, he's been pretty easy to deal with all the way through.
There's no gate number 5, so 6 goes standalone, 4, 3, 2.
He's shown us good speed and all his jump outs and that. So, 800 metre races can be a bit hit and miss, but we thought he was the right sort of horse for this race today.
I feel like I got a much better look at his action here today as well. Certainly, when the camera got up closer inside that last furlong, he's got a beautiful action about him.
Yeah, he has, and most of the people who ride him all say the same thing. And he's certainly not just a pigeonholed as a half-mile horse. He'll be good at 1,000 metres and hopefully a little bit beyond.
Does Danielle ride him work?
Danielle rides him some of his work. Sophie, that strapping him today, she rides him a bit as well. So, yeah, everyone's had a little turn on him. He's pretty good.
And fabulous for Lynn Tipper, great to see her colours out there again.
It is absolutely. No, I'm wrapped.
Right, you send Georgie our way when you see him.
Will do. Thanks, Bernie.
Right, there he is, Darren Bell, doing a superb job with his partner Danielle. Peter, he mentioned his dad, Peter in the ownership there as well, mate.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? You can tell in his voice that he was more than satisfied. And yeah, that Deegan trial, January 21, the first 2, debuting recently, and they've both won. The filly Waku, is that what you say? And now, Nugget, there wasn't much between them in that Deegan trial. This guy by Spirit of Bird has got up by a length and a quarter, then a length. 45.67, 33.97 was the last 600. You can't really get a guy first use on the track 800 metres. They go flat out all the way, but noticeably they were taking the top off.
I think so.
Just a little bit.
Maybe we can get a shot at the home straight while we wait for Georgie to come our way, and you can see that they have taken the top off it. In fact, here she is now. So X marks the spot, Georgie. Congratulations on the win, and it's always, I saw you trial this horse, it's always an advantage knowing a first starter, isn't it?
Yeah, I was pretty confident here today. He had trialled well, and the horse that went with him in the trial went to the line with him, came out and won the other day. So, as you said, it's good. It's a big advantage having a ride on him before.
Did everything right. He began better today.
Yeah, but he mastered very quickly. And obviously today, half mile, I was confident he'd have enough speed. I didn't really want to keep bustling him across the fence. I just wanted to keep him happy. The rain just got heavier as soon as we jumped out of the gates for some reason, but it was a really good, strong win.
Great ride too. Well done.
Thank you.
Georgie Cartwright there for Darren Bill. They take out the first 4, but it's 2, 6, and 9. Hopefully a break in the weather shortly, Anthony.
I hope so. It looks horrific. Hidden Nugget 360, the winner. Hudson's Treasure second, and Shaktamore runs third. So 4-2-6 the numbers after the first there at Ipswich, and a winning debut for Hidden Nugget. Third of it. Straight to Warwick Farm, we've got to go for race number 2, where runners are in the mounting yard. Let's have a look at that market. Conchiro 340, Wild Me Mate, well done 360, and then Supreme Statement $4.80. Here is Brad, Ben, and Machine.
Welcome back to Warwick Farm, ahead of a race number 2. Short price favourite Idle Flyer saluting in the first. This is the 2025.
Habib, you can check the odds on RaceNet, Habib.
$1,000 in prize money goes on the line, and we did have a late scratching of horse number $2, so we're left with a field of 7. We might start off with the recently gelded Conchiro. Regan Bayliss, barrier 7 for Waterhouse and Pot.
Well, as soon as the markets went up, the punters were happy to back him. There was $4.60 into $3 straight away. So he's a little bit soft in the last 5 minutes or so. So something we'll keep an eye on. But there's depth to his form line. So he had 2 runs in his first campaign. Both of those maidens produced 5 subsequent winners. The latest of those was at Warwick Farm behind Shohisha. Main ran 3rd, Powers of Opal 4th, and Qatar's Choice was back in 7th. So he'll slide across from the draw. I thought his trials were only fair, but I do think that's him. He's an unsuspecting style of horse, and he'll side across, as I say, and make his own luck.
I feel like he's one of those horses that leaves it for race day because he's quite quick out of the race, especially in races he's led in both of his starts. But he's come back in really nice order, I must say. I know he's gilded, but he's very switched off, very focused, but switched off, not doing anything wrong here in the yard, as you'd expect. He's very fit and forward coming into this. I think he had the 2 trials. He certainly wasn't asked to do a great deal, and then he was pushed out in his more recent, like the stable tend to do. So I'm quite taken by his physical appearance. He looks great.
Those that enjoy racing in Australia will be well aware of the exploits of Pierre Adams.
Javi, looks like I'm not welcome. Javi, I don't know what you're assuming, but you're definitely welcome in here. But the kind of information that you're asking for, that's easy to find out with the websites. We do live racing. There's a lot that needs to be taken in consideration. We need to be doing that. If you're looking for odds for a past race, there's a website that can help you. And if that hurts you, then I don't know how to address that, Javi. But thank you.
Be a lot of support for Supreme Statement, but that's flipped, so keep an eye on that as well. So Supreme Statement showed really good speed in that most recent hit out, worked across, tired late, but still held a 2-length margin on the line. Adam Hieronymus rode in both trials, and he sticks here first up.
You wouldn't think he'd show as much speed out of the gates, given his attributes here in the yard. He's very laid back, he's very docile, nothing seems to be really phasing him, very, very quiet type of colt. He's back at the track looking really fit, so his 2 trials have been great. There's been intent in both of them to have him fit for ready for this. So given that he'll roll up on speed there, the fitness looks like it's there for him to be able to do that, so he could run well.
Okay, Vinsanto, 4 of his 6 siblings to run have won, including a 6-time winner and 19-time place getter in Chocolatier, who won a Bathurst Cup way back when for Waterhouse and Bott. Tyler Schiller rides Vinsanto for Richard and Wilfried.
He gets the blindfold first time here on debut, so it does give away race experience, but I thought he looked to trial just as well as Conchiro in his 3rd hit out. That was his most recent trial, so that suggests that he runs well. He maps to get the right run as long as he can get the start right. He did lead in his 2nd trial, so despite not yet seeing him at the races, at least in those heats, he has shown some versatility.
Exactly, so 3 trials coming into this seems him looking quite well. He's quite a nuggety type, and just a nuggety little neat compact type of girl. I'm just watching Spaceballs there. He is handling it really well. He's got the 2 strappers on him, but he's doing everything spot on here, so I think the experience would do him a lot of good.
Good. The 5 is Walls Me Mate, Tom Sherry, Robert Quick.
Yeah, stuck on really well in a fast race on the Kensington track there first up. No match for the odds-on favourite, who found the front, ran along at a good clip and was too strong at the finish. I thought he just peaked on his run that last little bit. There was 1.5 lengths back to 3rd, so a few ticks there as far as that being a good form reference going forward. It ticked off the fast time and the fact there were margins throughout the field. So he maps to get the right run just in behind. You'd think he can only improve second up, and he does race at home for the first time in his career.
Ali gave him a little bit of a push from the yard first up, and he was at big odds, and he hit the front, and I thought, oh, she might be onto something there, and I think maybe condition did give out. So he's that real athletic type, doesn't carry a great deal of condition, he's got a lot of leg underneath him, but he's looking great here. I'd say that run would have topped him off nicely because he looks very, very fit.
The 6 is Willie Opper, and not too fittingly named, has recently been gelded. Cost $400,000 by Hermitage Thoroughbreds at the 2023 Gold Coast Magic Millions. J Mac and Chris Waller.
Yeah, so the booking of James McDonald will see him attract some interest. He's a bit of an unknown quantity here because he's only had the one career start and it was a touch inconclusive. So he was awkwardly into stride. There was a Canterbury back in April and never really got into the race from there. That was 42 weeks ago. It began well in 2 trials since then. Touch wood, but was held together through the line. So didn't get much of a read on those hit runs. I thought market support would give us a guide here, and to this point, he's just holding his mark.
I thought he might have been related to Abel Willie, but he's not. I went back through his breeding, same ownership, of course, wears the same colours, but this guy has had a long time off the scene. His trials, you're right, Brad, he couldn't get a gauge on him at all because he got back and he was very quiet to the line. He looks in nice order. I think he'll take a lot of improvement from whatever he does, though.
Fleeting Spirit, a $275,000 Caracas sales purchase in 2023. Jay Ford, Ryan and Alexia.
Just the one start. That was back in September at Hawkesbury. I thought she boxed on okay. She was forced to switch back towards the inside, beating 4 lengths. That race has produced 3 subsequent winners, tipped out thereafter. Has tried okay. Upon her return, you'd think she can only improve into a second preparation.
I only had a quick glance at her. I didn't get to have a real good look at her, but from what I saw, she looked well enough. She's still got a bit of residual fitness. She's only had the 1 trial, so again, another one that'll take plenty of improvement.
Then we have Spaceballs down the bottom. Kira Martin Clark.
Very green in 2 runs in her first campaign, but showed really good talent, at least raw talent. She was beaten 2 lengths by Dance to the Bird. That was on debut at Kembla Grange. That's a race that did produce 4 subsequent winners, and then wobbled her way down the straight there at Hawkesbury and was just gunned down over the concluding stages by Panita. I think she'll be winning races. The gamble with her is just where the 1,200 metres is going to be on the sharp side, but win, lose or draw, I think she's a filly worth following.
I read a couple of comments down that said I think she's a work in progress, and she was very green, very awkward, didn't really know what to do, did a lot wrong in both of her runs today. And then just looking at her in the flesh, she was a little bit, she's a bit of a madam, I guess you could say. She had the 2 handlers, she was up on her toe. Even when Tim jumped aboard, she really wanted to carry on attack. So I'd say that she probably keeps the staff on their toes and the riders as well, but I think she's a very nice horse going forward. When she puts it all together, she'll be very nice.
Let's quickly catch up with the Waterhouse Box Stable. Neil Payne's joining us. You've got a couple of runners in this, both first up. So Conchiro has been gelded. Has the team noticed improvement behaviourally with him?
Yes, my word, Ben. He's got the pony to go round with because he was a little bit worked up in the paddock, but he's come along really well since a couple of trials. And but probably out of the 2 of them, he's probably going to look for further. You know, over this 1,200, he'll want every bit of this 1,200.
All right, and there's every chance that he's going to sit outside of the stablemate. You'd think that Supreme Statement is our likely leader?
Well, you'd think, look, Dane Agent suggested to Adam to try to lead on him because he's such a big strider. In his trials, he's had to let him run along. So you'd think he'd be leading, and then Conchiro can be sort of hopefully second, third, not too far away from him, and hopefully they'll fight out the finish.
And a quick one on Angel Down. You've got in the 4th, first up at 1,100. Is that too short for her?
Much further. Yeah, just much further.
Very succinct. Good luck. Thanks very much, Neil. All right, let's get to Shani for her pick of the yard. Who is it, Shani?
I'm with Conchiro, horse number 1. I was really taken by his manners. He was really good. He was nice and sweated off, which was a really positive thing to see. The podium was walking alongside of him, but he was doing everything wrong. He just looks fit and forward. I know he'll want a little bit further eventually, but this race looks like a nice race for him. He'll put himself up there. I really like Spaceballs, but I couldn't tip her from the yard just with her mannerisms on. I think she's a nice type, nice horse in the making.
It's 8, 1, 3 and 5. I'm going to take the punt here on Spaceball. So she did have the loaner plates on there in her first campaign. Hopefully it's come on from that. She should settle just in behind the speed here and get her chance from there. The market does like her. Now into a $3.90 with tab fixed side. This is a very different looking market to the one that confronted us this morning. So 8, 1, 3 and 5 dangers. Gate Waterhouse and Adrian Bott do have a strong hand. Conchiro, there's depth to his maiden runs there in his first campaign. He returns a gelding. He'll slide across, albeit he's been a touch soft. 3, Supreme Statement. Looks your leader here. He's put the writing on the wall in his trials that he is ready to go. And 5, Walls Me Mate, who is the new favourite now, as a $2.90 chance. So 8, 1, 3 and 5, Anthony.
Yeah, well supported. Walsby, mate, as you mentioned, Brad. Clear favourite now, $3 on tap fixed odds, and this has moved in the last few minutes, $3.60 to $3. Spaceballs has had a firm up as well, $4, and Conchiro very soft out to $4.20. The late money is with the 5. Starting to load, here's Darren.
390 with Toba, much higher on the NOP. And then Supreme Statement has really drifted in the last 5 minutes out to $6.50. So Vinsanto moves in with the blindfold on. Conchiro about to join them along with Fleeting Spirit. And they're the remaining runners to go forward for the $100,000 three-year-old maiden. Thanks, Marto. Final stages of loading. The public have been against Conchiro and also Supreme Statement. And all the money for Walsby Mate and Space Balls. There's the light. Walsby Mate, the favourite, drawn barrier 1. Bit restless too by the looks of it. Just dropping slightly in distance, Walsby Mate. They're off. He's jumped out fairly well. Conchiro jumped sharp wide out. Supreme Statement there, together with Space Balls. Fleeting Spirit wedged between the 2 leaders. And up on the inside then is Walsby Mate trying to improve. Followed then by Willie Opper. And last of all is Vinsanto. Fleeting Spirit got the front of the fence now. A half in front, Conchiro. Supreme Statement with cover 3rd. Followed by Spaceballs has been well back. 4th the outside. Length and a half to Walsby Mate, the post-home favourite. Inside, Willie Opper, and a length and a half, Vinsanto. Last of all, 600 to go. Fleeting Spirit, a narrow leader from Conchiro, has been a big drifter in the betting. Followed then by Supreme Statement on the inside of Spaceballs. Willie Opper under a punishing ride. Walsby Mate coming one off the fence in restricted room. Vinsanto's last of all. Fleeting Spirit, Conchiro, they turn together. A length and a half to Spaceballs closing in. Conchiro takes the lead at the 200, but Spaceballs looms on the outside. And now Walsby Mate coming off hills, but Spaceballs hits the lead inside the 75. And Spaceballs pulls away to beat Conchiro. Walsby Mate 3rd, just in front of Willie Opper the outside, and Fleeting Spirit the inside. Then Supreme Statement, and a good gap back to Vinsanto.
Or Dundee having a good day. The 8 prevails, Spaceballs. There was a minor flat spot from about the 4 to the 3, but from that point on, Tim Clark, he was able to put the handlebars down, and Spaceballs has done it pretty easily in the end. Well done, Brad Gray. Bang, bang, 2 from 2, $3.90 and $1.60 about our winner. Conchiro has bumped into one too good. As for the minors, the 5, Walsby Mate, kind of loomed into the race as though he might do something, but then ultimately just wanted to hang in behind the other gallopers and has been beaten by 3 and a bit lengths in the end. The 4th photo is tight, but Willie Opper more than likely that galloper. So 8, 1, 5 and 6 to my eye. Good tipping, Brad.
She was better today. You can see down the straight she did still get a little bit lost, but she's very much a work in progress. But 1200 metres was always going to be the punt. Tim Clark rode the perfect race there. He got to begin cleanly, found that lovely spot, 1 out, 1 back. Plenty of room to wind up, knowing that she'd be one of the strongest late, and that's how it proved. So looking forward to following her throughout her career. Won't be the last time we see her in the winner's stall. More upside, particularly as she gets out over more ground. Conchiro, he raced well. He just parked himself there on top of the speed and boxed away okay at the finish. He's looking for a touch further himself. So his turn is just around the corner. Walton did have the excuse of being held up momentarily in the straight, but once he did see some daylight, maybe was entitled to hit the line a touch better than what he did. But the winner's pretty smart. Spaceball, she's on the board.
Absolutely, and I guess the other talking point out of the race would probably be Supreme Statement, who we anticipated would be our leader. In the end, that job went to Fleeting Spirit. They opted to take a sip in Supreme Statement. Did seem to be warming up late through the line, so maybe one to keep an eye on there. 3-year-old son of Press Statement. I just don't think he probably appreciated being in behind runners there. But as for our winner, fantastic performance. First up from Spaceballs, Werber.
Yeah, that was very good. Obviously, good prize money. It's a good way to start the prep. So we've been showing plenty of talent. Both friends last were very good, while still doing a lot of things wrong. She's a very spicy girl. Typical done deal, but she would have had a good day out today, and she would improve on the back of that. But yeah, it's a good win. Very dominant. Obviously, it was very good to get a win for Dynamic. They're very good supporters. And yeah, just wanted to find the right starting point, especially at home. and now we can look at better things.
Shanny said there were still a couple of convictions in the yard. How did you see it watching on? Did you feel as though she still had a few things that maybe you could tinker with?
Yeah, like I said, just spicy more than anything else. She's hot, but she wasn't actually sweating up. Like on a hot day like today, she actually wasn't sweating up. Just got a lot of attitude, which is not a bad thing going forward. Just have to manage it and work with it for the time being. But yeah, I think she would mature too. She's still a big baby, but yeah, that is good, and she get plenty of confidence out of that.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Aussie Joe. Chatting to him, representing the Mars stable. Let's get to Tim Clark with Shanny.
She looks like she's got a lot of upside to her when she puts it all together.
Yeah, that's right. She's still definitely a work in progress, but a talented filly in that. And I'd say that 1200 is probably right at the bottom of her distance range, so she's going to be better filly when she steps out, but she just needs to learn to race a little bit, and but the talent's there for sure.
Her manners seem a lot better than last preparation. I know you didn't sit on her back, but you go back and watch her replays and she's all over the place.
Yeah, I think she's slowly getting there, and I still think that she's far from the finished product. So to be able to win races while she's still learning, always a good sign. And so once she got out on the track today, she gave me a nice ride, and in the run she was terrific. So it was a good first up win.
Good job.
Thanks.
Well done, Tim. There's no shortage of ability there, no doubt. And as you can hear from the stable and from Tim, a work in progress, but with plenty of prize money now in the bank. So that race was worth 100,000. It was 48 to first. Not bad for the midweeks. And Spaceballs picks up the vast majority of it there. So a 3-year-old daughter of Dundee, she did get out to the 1400 second up last prep. By the sounds of that, they can't wait to get her out over a trip once again. 8, 1, 5 and 6. Spaceballs beats Conchiro, who looked to have its chance there in for second. Woles Me Mates, just a couple of dramas over the final 200 wanting to lay in. Willie Opper running on gamely in for fourth. 8, 1, 5, 6, 2 races down.
Okay, good on you, Brad, to give us the first two winners. First one was hard to find, but that one was quite well back late. Spaceballs, filly by Dundee. First two by Dundee there at Warwick Farm, Conchiro and Woles Me Mates. So the punters not too far off the mark there. They were the main three. They ran top three. 8, 1, 5 and 6. Let's take a break on Sky Thoroughbred Central.
Really well. I'm patching behind the talented profoundly at the coast a little while ago now, and she since had a first.
This is what I have. The 6 looks good.
And it was a good, honest performance. She gets blinkers first time today. She's got a good draw, Madian riding, so I can't possibly go past her.
Deceitful Miss is number 6 from the Jan Pritchard stable. Winkers are off today with Georgie Cartwright.
Yeah, the only real blemish was in the middle of the 3 starts. She sort of went to the Pearl of the sunny coast, well beaten behind La Bella Boom, but bounced back from that. Was quite good here, running second to Volzheimer. Volzheimer would be a winning chance in this, so it was better. The winkers have been removed.
Making Eyes is number 7 from the David Van Dyke stable, a filly by Churchill. Ange Jones.
Just out of point. Breeding says eventually further, and I couldn't really get a handle on that one public trial at all. Was beaten 10 lengths, so the market's pretty much the only guide. Horse is still a little bit on the immature side, I think. So I'm happy.
Yeah, Manuel, the 5 looks good, but it has just one race.
Donna Stanbridge and CJ.
By dubious.
And the 6 is in a very mulish hand with a very strong drift.
Probably travels a bit better today over further.
Rightio, that's how they looked in the yard. She's continued to firm now. $1.35 is our favourite cool moon.
Yes, for me, almost impossible to go past. The blinkers are going on her. Nice and quiet in the yard too. She looks like she's sort of done it half a dozen times already. Madian just trotting her around there to the start. I think she'll win. Nottington Prince in for second. His 2 trials have been good enough to give him a place chance here. Deceitful Miss, although well beaten by Volzheimer the last start, it was a much better performance. And then I've got Making Eyes, David Van Dyke's filly. That trial, the public trial, was back on the 7th of January, a while ago, when finishing well back, beaten 10 lengths. Obviously, she's jumped out and gone okay since then, because there has been a little bit of market support at a point, but we touch 850 back into 7, now 750. So there's a bit of market support for the first starter in Making Eyes for David Van Dyke, but I think they need to get their running shoes on and more if they're going to beat this filly.
Yeah, I'm not any different actually. I'm 5'6", 2'7", so pretty much exactly the same numbers. She looks incredibly hard to beat. Cool Moon, a fantastic parade by her. You can see her there in shot now. She's nicely on the toe. She's ready to fire on all cylinders. She does get those blinkers today, but very well. Look, absolutely perfect for this very, very short price favourite, Anthony.
Looks, well, very hard to beat, doesn't it? So $1.33 now about Cool Moon. That is the shortest price this horse has been throughout betting. $1.33. Deceitful Miss is now into second favourite at $7.50. We did lay Nottingham Prince. When you guys did your preview, I think there was as short as about $5 that horse. Back out to $8 now, making eyes at $8. And then you can make up your own price about the others over and gone. Heads the others at $34. But Cool Moon, $1.33, shortest price she's been throughout betting, and looks awfully hard to beat.
Yeah, sure does, Bernie. The weather, Anthony mentioned earlier prior to the parade that the rain had stopped. It's still quite overcast, though.
We're really overcast and quite hazy, but at least it's not raining. We had that downgrade to a 6, which was to be expected, but hopefully it goes away. Obviously, some major weather events are happening in North Queensland at the moment, and we've sort of been waiting for a week to cop a bit of the distant wash sort of from the huge rain events going on up there. And yeah, really terrible for, towns like Ingham. I think there's 7,000 people without power. I guess the good thing is it didn't eventuate into a cyclone, Maxi, but yeah, saw a picture of Ingham Racecourse yesterday. It was half underwater.
We're just getting news through, Bernie. The 3 is the late scratching.
Up, over and gone from the Kevin Kemp stable, I believe, got kicked.
Behind the start. Okay, so what's one of the long shots here? It was 26 out to 41. Here, and the Townsville track was underwater at one point as well. So
right.
Certainly feeling for those people in the north of Queensland. But as we said, still overcast here, but probably a genuine 6.
Alrighty, they are loading up. Here's Jared for the call.
With Tab, drawn gate 1, with Andrew Mallion in the saddle. So we look to be right to go now as Nottingham Prince goes forward. Field set, 1200 the journey, late scratching number 3 up, over and gone. Gates open and they're off. She was away moderately from the inside Cool Moon, but she's building revs slowly from out wide. Nottingham Prince and Making Eyes both go forward, and now Cool Moon's accelerating to make a line of 3. Dropping in behind them as they find their spots was Australasia, who's poking through on the inside of Bashani Stella. 2 lengths away in the field, 2 Deceitful Miss, and 2 off Nazaron last of all. Up, over and gone was the late scratching at the barriers. So down the side with 700 to go, and the odds-on favourite takes control now. It's Cool Moon by a long neck. Making Eyes is second. Nottingham Prince a little deep in third. Then came Australasia over on the inside, fourth with 550 to go. Next, Bashani Stella from Deceitful Miss, and 3 lengths away to Nazaron last of all. So Cool Moon up to the turn, about to quicken at the 400 metres. A length in front of Making Eyes, who's come under pressure. Australasia's looking for the way clear. Nottingham Prince trying to pick up deeper, and then Deceitful Miss and Bashani Stella. But Cool Moon now goes for home, 2 lengths in front. Australasia chasing hard. Deceitful Miss is making some ground. It's Cool Moon in front, no good thing. Deceitful Miss is coming at it. Deceitful Miss ranged up to Cool Moon, who can't find Deceitful Miss, has come away with it to win it by a length and beat Cool Moon Australasia. Fourth in was Nottingham Prince, then Making Eyes, followed by Mashani Stella, and last of all was Nazaron, up, over and gone, scratched at the gates.
Yeah, dear, oh dear, there's been a lot of these shorties going over lately. Deceitful Miss, trained by Jan Pritchard.
Jan.
Dubious from a Doomsday mare. She was back, around about third last near the inside, but you can clearly see Georgie Cartwright was swinging off her, and you could see at that point she was going to finish strongly. But the $1.35 favourite was cruising along in the lead, Cool Moon, and Cool Moon did give a decent kick, but inside the 100, the warning signs were there, and they were ringing loud and clear as we look at them turning into the straight. So Georgie Cartwright with the first 2. She's travelling up strongly right behind the hot pot Cool Moon at this point. She shunts into the clear.
and has clearly been too good for the favourite Cool Moon. So,
Yeah.
Deceitful Miss, she had that little blemish there at the Sunny Coast, but since then it's been onwards and upwards.
Yeah, and that was in a pretty hot race as well. Jan Pritchard joined us for a chat now. And Jan, well done. She's the only horse you've got in work at the moment.
Yeah, and she's going out for a spell after this. This is her first ever prep and she's had 4 starts, so she's done really well. Very proud of the little girl.
Look at her there, but I wouldn't melt in her mouth.
It's very nasty.
Oh, is she?
Yes, it's a little witch.
Is she a witch?
It's a witch.
A witch that can run, though, today.
That's it, yeah, so that's all good.
So she still looks immature, doesn't she?
She's very immature, that's what we thought. We'll put her out now, might bring her back for winter. I think the cooler weather will suit her better. She's very, very moody, and it doesn't matter what you give her, it doesn't help her. She's, yeah, just like she's.
So what happened in here is that drift worked.
She's living in a paddock.
She's no good box.
They are defaulters, but this thing, this is exactly what we're checking. The midweek is serious. They do not fall into this category.
She just tracked up
The midweek, we have been monitoring this. The midweek, even if they're defaulters, they kind of deliver. Apart from Tuesday, Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesday, I think
I tell you what,
that's the drift.
sprinted quickly, didn't she? Once she got around the heels of Cool Moon.
Oh yeah, look at her extend there. She's got a great a great bit of ground, doesn't she? She came into the yard. She looked really fit, but she's got a lot of maturing to do. She's got a bleached coat on her because she's obviously working with her and putting her out in the paddock. So it's very hot. She's just got a bit of.
So here is what I have for Warwick. If we look at there are 2 neutral horses in here. If we look at how this thing is, both of them are neutrals. All right, both of them are neutrals, and they're sharing the gates 6 and 5, 1 and 2. Gate number 1 and 2, both of them are neutral. This one has better handicapping, a little better dev. That should get in. The problem here is this 8 and the 1 is a check. The 1 can get in. It is not a winning one, but it definitely has the thing to get in. Winning chances 1 and 6 and 5, out of which I like the 6 more than the 5.
I tell you what, she deserves better opportunities, I believe.
100%. Yeah.
She should be getting more rides in town. Believe me, there is no question about that.
Yeah.
But anyway, she's happy to travel and rides a stack of winners every year.
It certainly does. 6 B's 5, 4 and 2. That's it for the second, Anthony.
Miss, $9 chance. Upsets Cool Moon, so the favourite goes under. Australasia and Nottingham Prince runs third. 6, 5, 4 and 2, the numbers there. After the second from Ipswich, Deceitful Miss. Start number 4 for this 2-year-old filly by Dubious. Win number 1. And she's improved out of sight from her first couple of runs, particularly her second run at the Sunshine Coast. And yeah, she's on her way now. Win number 1. Okay, we'll leave it there. Warwick Farm, their third, 9 minutes away. They're in the yard. Winchester's the favourite here. 2:20 from Sakima and Chief Conductor. Brad, Ben and Shenny.
Welcome back to Warwick Farm, ahead of race number 3. Remarkably, the first leg at the quaddie, this 3-year-old and up, benchmark 72 over the 1200 metres. And you can take out Kaznar, horse number 7. There's been a couple of change of tactics that we'll go through as we make our way down this list, but Osmond's where we'll start things off. Mitch Stapleford is claiming the 3 for Matt Griffith.
He was great last campaign, 10 runs, 4 wins. His latest couple of victories were out to the mile, ending last campaign in the Dubbo Cup. So he was a first-up winner over 1200 metres, albeit at money. This is a touch harder. It does say that he is pretty versatile. I like the way that he won a recent trial at Scone. Now, he has got gate speed. It's just whether he's got gate speed at this level over 1200 metres.
He's a big boy. He's a massive big unit. There's plenty of him. He's one trial he looked really good in. So Amicus Curie comes out of the same trial and he looked to trial a lot better. This fella is a little bit warm in different places. If I was being someone, he's going to benefit from the outing here this afternoon. He will trim up a lot more. He is a big gross gelding, however, and he will continue to step out over for probably the mile. He's actually made distance.
So Bradford Kaznar coming out. We were looking for a horse potentially to go and put a bit of, fly in the ointment for Winchester. Super Bright has sent through a change of tactics to be ridden further forward. Nathan Doyle and Ben Osmond, and the other one, change of tactics to be ridden further forward, is Tenderised for Gary Portelli and Molly Burke. But let's get your thoughts on the 2.
Yeah, so Super Bright comes back in grade, which I think is a good recipe for her. Now, she can be a touch hit and miss, but she has dropped back to midweek grade with success in the past. So, also a good record at Warwick Farm. She only whacked away late behind Cosmonova. That was at Randwick last time out. But on her day, she's explosive. And if the best of Super Bright turns up here, she'd have to be some kind of hope.
Absolutely. If she runs up to her looks, then she should be fighting at the finish. I think she looks exceptional. She's absolutely gleaming. She's one of probably the healthiest horses I'll see here all afternoon. I really can't fault her. Her last 2 runs have been okay, but her first up run was very, very good. That was at Canterbury, but this is her 4th run for the campaign. She's rock hard fit coming into this and back in grade.
Amicus Curie is first up from a break. Braves not Matt Griffith.
Yeah, it's a terrific horse for the stable, so 8 wins from 40 starts. Now, his benchmark rating probably dictates that he has to come to town now, which doesn't make it easy. He certainly didn't make light work of it at the back end of last campaign in city grade, so that has to be some query here, but he is well performed over the sprint and out to the mile.
He's a lovely gelding. He's very flashy with the 3 white socks and semi-4th white sock, but he's looking in terrific order. Again, like his stablemate, he's going to improve off whatever he does here this afternoon. And you're right, Mac's going to find it difficult to place him because he's going to get a lot of way down the country, but he has to come to town. If he finds the right race, he will be able to win a few.
Sarah Ryan has opted to put the blinkers on Chief Conductor for the first time, horse 4.
Yeah, so blinkers first time, and he also stretches back out to 1200 metres, so he's only 2 previous runs beyond 1100 metres, in fact, were in his first 3 starts. So it has been a little while. It's also been a little while since he last won, 63 weeks, in fact. So he didn't show any early speed at Canterbury last time out, but I do like the way that he found the line, and I can see what the stable are thinking, that the timing's right to try over this trip again.
Absolutely, and he's fit to do it. His first up run was really good, and I thought he closed off nice enough to Canterbury last time out. He looked really focused with the blinkers on. There was a bit of a little spark there. There was a bit of intent. He looks like he wants to get on the job. So maybe the blinkers may be what he's been looking for, and hopefully they can spark him up. He's a get back, a run on type of horse, so you'll be giving them a head start. But watch him late, he looks great.
Winchester, the 5, Tyler Schiller Team Hawks.
He was great first up. That was at Rose Hill in Saturday company behind Polyglot. Now, the early split suggests that he had his chance tempo-wise, but he never really crossed, so he found himself leading half a length in front, yet outside the lead, just caught in that awkward spot. Didn't want to cross because he didn't want to be anywhere near the fence, so that was tricky for him. He was just left probably a little bit lost. When these leaders do find the front and they're away from the inside, it does make it hard. So fitter for that, back in grade, and you'd think he should get a pretty comfortable lead, hence why he finds himself a well-back favourite.
And I know he didn't actually love the track at Rose Hill. It was a borderline heavy 8-day, but it was quite sticky, and some horses were either loving it or hating it. I don't think this horse entirely loved it. I saw him for the first time at Rose Hill, and I was quite taken by him, actually. There's a lot to like about him. He's a lovely big gelding. He's quite tall, very athletic looking. He's trimmed up immensely from that first up run, so I can see why he's favourite.
Then we have a schema, the 6, Winker's first time, Karen McAvoy, Peter Snowden.
The market has her as the main danger, and I tend to agree. So she's also a lightly raced 3-year-old. She was competitive in some handy 3-year-old filly races over the spring, beaten 2 lengths in a Silver Shadow, and then been similar margins in the Atlantic Jewel and the Jim Maloney down in Melbourne. So 2 trials. Now, she was asked to find the line in the most recent, so 1,200 metres probably on the sharp side for her, but she did win first up last time in, and there's still more to come.
She looks really good. She hasn't worn the blinkers in either of her trials. I did go back just to double check, but they've obviously decided to pop them on at race day. She's returned in nice order. She's a horse that competed at the highest level last time around, so this is a massive big job and great for her. Yes, I think she'll improve as she gets on into the preparation, but she's certainly done enough work to be competitive here.
Okay, we'll round things out, guys, with the 8 Tender Eyes. Second up, Gary Portelli and Molly Burke is in the saddle.
Yeah, you touched on it a touch earlier, Ben, that there is a change of tactics for this horse to be ridden further forward. So just stuck on the 1 win from the 22 starts, beaten 2 lengths orange first up, but the run was probably better than it reads on paper. Shuffle back in the run, work home towards the inside. Now, has raced well at this level in the past. We know he doesn't win out of turn, but does get nice weight relief here, so has to be some kind of place hope at odds.
He went out for a trip to Orange first up, and I guess you could probably forget that run. He's better than what we saw on that occasion. The only slight query I have at him is quite hot in the yard here. He wasn't above himself, he wasn't doing anything wrong, but he was feeling the heat. It's quite humid here at home, but he looks great. He's a really good-looking animal, actually. So I think run well for connections, and just hearing that Monarch's Bray has been a late scratching, Ben, from race number 5.
Yep, race 5, number 1. Thank you, Shani. Called over the loudspeaker by our caller today, Darren Flindell. Peter Snowden is here. He's opted to put the blinkers on Takima for the first time, and good to see this galloper back. What are you expecting of her today, Pete?
Yeah, I'd like to see her run well, Ben. She's fully showed limited starts last prep, all good runs, good quality races. Good winner first up in town last time in, so hopefully she can do something like that today.
Okay, if you've got a concern from her, what is it? She's real nicely there in 2.
Yeah, not a filly that shows all the gate speed. She does get back a wee bit, and you already did lucky to get back. But the winkers in her work has certainly helped spark her up, so if they can keep her handy, and certainly help change the lane.
Okay, we've already seen a couple of handy ones unveiled, but any horses I should be keeping an eye on from your stable over the next month or two, particularly youngsters?
No, you just keep doing your homework, Ben. They're all there. You just
Keep watching the trial.
That's it.
Will do. Don't give anything away, Pete. He's a smart man. Let's get to Shani for her pick of the yard. Who is it, Shani?
He's too smart for us, Pete. Winchester, as I said, I quite liked him first up, and I think he's come on in leaps and bounds second up here this afternoon, back on dry service, which I think will certainly help his cause, but I thought he looked fantastic, as did Chief Conductor. He's a lovely horse. He always presents in tip-top order. Kima's here to run well, and I think she'll be able to go on to bigger and better things, but it's Winchester.
Yeah, I'm with the favourite as well, so he now finds himself $1.95. Winchester briefly touching $1.90. So 5, 6, 2 and 4. He looks to get control. We have had the 2 change of tactics with Tender Eyes to be closer and Super Bright, but from the inside gate, he should get every possible chance. Just to tick off that 1,200 metre box, if there's a little query that he has to answer, that's the one that does remain, but he's lightly raced, he's back in grade, he's strips fitter, and with control here, he's hard to chase down. 6, Sakima, she's held her price in the market despite all the money for your favourite. So Sakima, a $3 chance now, in from $3.10. She looks a nice filly to follow. I like the way that she trialled up, albeit she was outsped on a couple of occasions over the shorter trips. 2 Super Bright and 4 Chief Conductor, Ben.
Yeah, just on Peter Snowden's youngsters, I was hoping he'd give me a leg. He gave me nothing.
He gave you nothing.
He gave me nothing.
He sent you back to school to get homework.
Well, the problem is I'd already been to school. On Monday, he had one trial, a Zoo Star filly called Plaintiff, who I really like the look of, and will be added into the Black Book Thursday night, 7 p.m. on Sky Thoroughbred Centrals, for those who don't regularly watch it, which is very few of you. And I was hoping he'd give a push for it, but as it turns out, Anthony, as we come your way, donuts. He's a smart man, Peter Snowden.
Yeah, too good for you, Benny. Too good for you, for sure. Winchester been well backed here. 195 was 220 when you started your mounting yard, into $1.95 now. Shortest price it has been throughout betting. And Sakima, likewise, good support for it. It's now $3 second favourite. Everything else has drifted. So the punters have got it down to 2, Winchester or Sakima, as they load for the 30s. Darren.
Well, it's Scone. Scone trialled it very comfortably there, Osmond. We had 10 races all up. But the 3-year-olds dominate the betting here. Winchester and Sakima really dominate. There's the line. That Monarch's Brays are late scratching on the card in the 5th. They're off. Tender Eyes left the gates well. Super Bright handed out well together with Winchester. And now Amicus Curiae is going forward as well. So it's Tenderise in front from the favourite Winchester, 3/4 away. Amicus Curiae in third, Super Bright on the rails. Chief Conductor out wide with no cover. Osmond gets back, and so does Sakima. So Winchester pushes up on the inside now. Winchester eyeballs Tenderise in the lead. 2 lengths away to Amicus Curiae, then Super Bright, Chief Conductor the outside. And the last two, Osmond on the outside of the filly. Sakima, 600 metres to run at Winchester. Poke the head in front now from Tenderise. Super Bright tracking the leader. Then Amicus Curiae. Chief Conductor hasn't had any cover for an inch of the race. Further back to Sakima, and now Osmond's last of a bunching field around the turn. This favourite under immense pressure, Winchester, and moving up on the outside, Amicus Curiae to take the lead away from Tenderise. Super Bright working into the clear, Chief Conductor, and now Sakima's getting a gap. Amicus Curiae at the 150 from Super Bright. Tenderise fighting back. Amicus Curiae from Super Bright. Amicus Curiae wanted a neck on the line to Super Bright, and Tenderise third. Osmond ran home into fourth. Oh,
3.
favourites. Sakima, every hope behind them from Chief Conductor of Winchester. The was weakened out to run last.
Yeah, probably fair enough with the rest of within.
I lost that.
Life up on speed. Tenderise, the change of tactics to go forward. And in fairness to Tenderise, hasn't been beaten too far. The favourite absolutely beaten out of sight. So disappointing nonetheless. But Amicus Curiae at any old price, $36.10 on the New South Wales tote. Even better across the other two. Braith Knott picks up a win. Super Bright in for second, peeling off that galloper's back and ultimately not good enough to reel it in. Tenderise runs third and Osmond in for fourth. So well done to Matt Griffith. His runners run first and fourth. A little bit of a surprise, but you mentioned in the yard day, in terms of a resume, Amicus Curiae has certainly built a nice one.
Yes, and we also said that he'd be a hard horse to place now with his benchmark rating. For Matt Griffith, a fantastic training performance to get this horse ready to rock and roll first up. To find his big price, $41, tab fixed odds there at the close. He was left there in front. You thought that maybe Superbright was going to make a race of it. Yet to his credit, he was brave. So he's now got the 9 wins from 41 starts. He remains an underrated horse. He just does what's required, and that's exactly what he has done today. Superbright ran well. Good to see her bounce back from a couple of disappointing performances. She was well placed back in grade, and Tenderise was brave. I know we're making excuses there for your favourite Winchester, who did get harassed, but that horse doing the harassing was Tenderise outside the lead, yet there he was, not beaten far. So if you have got a piece of that trifecta of the first 4, happy days.
I know you're strapping, so we'll be quick. Both of your runners have run really well, but Amicus Curiae, what a marvel.
Yeah, it's a good tough horse. Like, against these young up-and-comers, they just wrote him off, but his form's quite good.
Well, that's now 9 wins in 41 career starts. You'd love to have a stable full of these.
Yeah, they hadn't come by, but he just keeps backing up season after season, so it's a good effort for him.
Did you make it the stable, mate?
Even Sydney.
Off you go. Thanks very much and congratulations. Fantastic work. So, Amicus Curiae, first up from a break, blouses them at a big price, and Braith Knott continues to knock up winner after winner. So, in terms of the beaten brigade, Shani, I thought Superbright was good. Nathan Doyle would be pleased with that effort, I'm sure, just tracking in behind the speed. Oddly enough, Superbright and Sakima had similar runs. Sakima had Superbright's back, but just didn't close off at all. And I know we made a fair discussion point out of the favourite being well beaten. Well, I thought Sakima had a lovely run in behind them and had every right to be closing off. So a couple of head scratches there, but not for our winner, Amicus Curiae.
Not at all. Well done to Mac and the team. And Mac's son's doing the strapping. He's got a part share in him, so a very good drive up the highway to Mudgee. Well done, Braith. That's a good win.
It was. We just gave him a bit of a squeeze out, and I know he can be handy, and yeah, he runs very well fresh, so he's right up on the speed. Got a touch keen there, sort of at the 500, just that I had to pop up and get him rolling. Yeah, he was quite dominant there.
Did you always feel like the winner?
I travelled very strongly and tracked up good, so I was confident that he'd be there in the finish. Yeah.
You ridden many winners for Mac?
Yeah, I've rode a lot of winners for him. That horse actually over a mile. I think he's probably best a little bit short of the mile, but he was really good fresh today, and yeah, rode a number of winners for Mac back in the country, so it's good to get one for one of them boys.
Good on you.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations to Braith. Braith Knock. I've mixed its two names up. Braith Anyway, to Braith Knock, well played, and well done to Mac making the trip from Mudgee as well. Well rewarded, running first and fourth there. Numbers across the line 3, 2, 8, and 1, but it is Braith Knock and Mac Griffith teaming up with our winner there, Amicus Curia.
Good on you, Benny. Good performance there. That's probably a career highlight for Amicus Curia at this stage of his career anyway. Rising 8-year-old and a valuable city win on the board. Something to be said for these older, hard-head country horses coming to town and taking on, these horses that perhaps haven't really proven themselves. I mean, Winchester went around, and it's very easy to say in hindsight, don't get me wrong, everyone's an expert after the race, but there is something to be said for these old hard-head horses. He's an 8-time winner, Amicus Curia, and he's gone around 40-1 against a horse that's only won one race. There is something to be said for coming to town when the opportunity presents and trying your luck, because you just never know. He's a good example of that, Amicus Curia, and now a 9-time winner. And what's that in prize money for him? 300,000. Been a pretty good horse throughout his career. 3, 2, 8, and 1. The third from Warwick Farm. That's the halfway point. We'll head to Ipswich up next.
Former Victorian, where he had a number of trials. A couple of them seemed to be okay, but he's now here with Barry Lockwood.
He's the same. He's number 2 from the Tony and Matty Sears stable. Gets a nasal strip. Andrew Millington right. He handled the soft 6 very well last start.
Yes, back in October behind Parada's Gem. It's just where is he going to end up? I think Andrew will ride him quietly, like the pedigree says. He's by Tarzino. He's going to want further. So look for him to be fighting the line strongly at the end.
Ninjitsu. He was the early favourite, Max. He's just out a bit now. He got out to 360, back to 340 now. Rob Heathcote, Ryan Maloney.
Yeah, he's an improver, and he was expected to run well first up, and he did there at Doomben, running 7. The fluctuations of 11 into 750 at one point. Took notice of that, and he seemed to travel nicely throughout the run. He was back around about midfield, but he kept fighting the line, indicating that he wants further. It's an extra 150 metres today. So I think he's here with a great chance stepping up to this distance.
All right, here's your favourite, Sexy Time. Maybe it's a Handsome Ransom sort of breed lines, Maxie. They loved wet tracks. Tony Goll and Emily Lang.
Yeah, from the mare, A Beautiful Red. By old man Zor. He did win a trial in New Zealand. That was back in October. He led, steadied, and was all out at the end, but he won the trial before coming to Tony, and then he won a trial at Doomben midway through January. He sat a length and a half off the lead. He looked good. Wasn't too many trying real hard in that heat, but he's been well prepared, and the putters like.
This is what I have. The 2 looks good. That 3 is a check. I'm not very sure what that 3 is going to be doing. But if we look at the stuff going on, then this one has a drift, which is more than this. So 2, 5, 8, and 4 looks good.
Massive price at the moment, so not today.
Lindsay Goff trains Man of the Town with George.
That's for Queensland. Ipswich.
I thought I saw something in that recent trial. This former South Australian galloper didn't do a lot in 3 starts in SA, but did draw the outside on all 3 occasions. The trial inconclusive. There was no headgear, but gets headgear today, but no support from a punting stable. So I'm watching maybe for next time.
Calais Princess, Brett Baker, Vlad Jurek.
11 starts, 3 placings, a number of fourths as well. I just think first up today might not be sharp enough. Probably wants further.
Liparota is the 10, Kelly Schwitter, CJ Grail.
A little bit of a move in the market. I think it's a lot better run today. Last start here over this course and distance ran 8th, but Drew Barry at 10 was back and wide, but gets a much, much better run in transit today.
And Freya's Magic is from the Gary Schwenke stable with Nosy Tomazawa.
Another one just hard to recommend on form.
That's the early favourite, taken over by Sexy Time as favourite, Maxi, but they still are coming again for Ninjitsu. He's been 360 back into 320, whilst Sexy Time is our $2.90 favourite. I've got to say, they both look terrific.
A little bit of money for Liparota as well.
Yes.
Looks at the map, a much better speed map than last time. Couple easy.
Yeah, that 4 is the favourite.
Boulevard Boy, pretty much friendless. He's a Saint is a little bit easy, probably because of his pattern. Just likely to be back and run on. But yes, clearly best supported here is the Kiwi-bred Sexy Time number 4, a New Zealand trial winner and a Brisbane trial winner now trained by Tony Goll. Look, I went Ninjitsu. Barry, number 10 for Ryan Maloney to deal with. I liked his first up run, finding the line strongly at Doomben, and this distance looks ideal at his second run back from the spell. Definitely Sexy Time. He should bounce and put himself in the first 2 or 3. Boulevard Boy, I've still got there for 3rd. He's probably going to give them a decent start, but he might be able to run on and have a flashing light late. And then Tajalar, who's had all those placings, 5 starts, but never further back than 4th. So I think she's got to go in the mix somewhere as well.
Yeah, very similar, Maxi. My only difference is instead of the 1, which I could have had in the mix, I had the 2 in. He's a Saint who did handle a soft 6 at his last start, albeit back in October, so he's a great chance actually. But I went 3 to be 2, 5 and 4. 3 being Ninjitsu, who just did everything right first up from a spell, fitted for the experience. Obviously there was a little niggle on the barrier with the 60 kilos. Generally speaking, most of them have that around that kind of weight, unless we go down to Freya's Magic and perhaps Rota, I'm sorry. So the rest of them are all carrying, 58 and above. So it's more of a high weight race. So I'll leave it with Ninjitsu here to be 2, 5 and 4. Let's get to Anthony now for a market update.
Okay, Bernie. So $3 about the favourite as it stands. Sexy Time. In fact, $2.90 on tap fixed odds, and $2.80 is probably the shortest price I saw about that one. Ninjitsu's now $3.50. Got into as short as $3.20. Back to $3.50 now. Liberota's at $5.50, and Boulevard Boy's $6. He's a Saint $8.50. So Sexy Time is the most popular runner here. Is going to run favourite in front of Ninjitsu. They've had a good battle for favouritism throughout this race. Just about ready to load. Final thoughts, Bernie, Maxi?
Yeah, well, tempo here, Maxi. I am expecting Ninjitsu actually to produce a little bit more forward.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's got to go forward. And the other one will be Sexy Time. Look, he's heavily supported. They're not going to go back.
No.
He'll bounce and go. Some of these roughies, not sure about, but I think the top 2 in the market will be looking to get handy in the first 100 metres or so.
Maybe Tajalan as well?
Yes, yep. Jimmy Orman, he'll probably just let them go and maybe position just behind the leaders.
All right, let's go upstairs and get to Jared to hear the call for race 3.
No negative lead there. Firmest favourite. And the last couple are getting set. Man of the Town to come forward with Ninjitsu. On a wide alley. And we're now right to go. Starter has them for race 3. Field set. Sexy Time on debut. Runs the favourite. Right to run. Just need all clear from behind. There's the light. They're set. Ready. Gates open and they're off now. Ninjitsu step well from out wide and drives forward. He's going to try and cross the field here, Maloney. Tajalat's poking through. Not too far away as well. On the outside was Sexy Time, but Ninjitsu overcame the wide gate with little issue. He's able to lead here. They were followed next then by Wider, Man of the Town, slotting across to be 4th, one off the rail. Then Daunting Instinct from Boulevard Boy. Loperoda next the outside, 2 further back. He's a Saint, similar margin to Pele Princess, and Freya's Magic whips the field in 9 lengths off the leader. Inside the half mile, Ninjitsu leads them up by 3/4 of a length to the favourite. Sexy Time in second. Tajalat gets a good run third the inside, a length and a quarter away to Man of the Town, about 3 lengths to Liberoda, and then came Daunting Instinct, who's under pressure. Boulevard Boy dragged out of it from He's a Saint, further back Pele Princess, and last of all Freya's Magic up towards the home turn. Ninjitsu held together, leads half a length. Sexy Time is under pressure. Coming up wider on the track there was Man of the Town from Tajalat, even deeper Pele Princess, and then came Liberoda. It's Ninjitsu in front. Man of the Town tries hard. Pele Princess is running on deeper than Tajalat. It's Ninjitsu with Pele Princess now laying down the law. Pele Princess goes to the lead from Ninjitsu, and Pele Princess is going to come away and win easily. Pele Princess by 2.5 beat Ninjitsu. And Man of the Town's big race to finish third at 100.
Oh, that's a great man.
Liberoda 4th, and then came He's a Saint, Tajalat next. Sexy Time from Freya's Magic, Boulevard Boy, and Daunting Instinct.
Pele Princess, number 8, has her day. I was going to say in the sunshine, but you know what I mean.
In the clouds.
Yep, after, how many starts? 11?
Yep.
And 3 placings prior to the day. But the gallop was really strong there. You could see the leader was travelling quite well. Ninjitsu, top of the straight. He steered about 3 or 4 horses off the fence. But there are a lot of horses being pushed along in behind. You could tell that he was rolling at a nice tempo. And then you looked to the right of screen, and Pele Princess was starting to sail home down the outside, and she has attacked over the final part. A 4-year-old mare by Santos, owned by Brett Baker in Toowoomba, by Vladimir Jurek.
Jitsu was good. He was stabbed urging out of the gates. He crossed led, went at a nice tempo. So he'll be probably winning a race next time. A man of the town was trucking up at hundreds, coming towards the bend, looking at top three chance, and he didn't sky the tower. He's been able to get up and return, 22.80 there on New South Wales. And Liparova clearly doing next best, and then they came in at big gaps between each other, Bernie. But Paddock Princess has been the beneficiary of a good tempo there.
Yeah, absolutely, and well prepared, obviously, by Brett Baker from Toowoomba. So congratulations.
Thank you, Bernadette. Thanks.
Yeah, first up, what was different this time in? Just mature?
No, she probably should have won a couple by now, but she keeps getting hit in the eyes because she's racing back and she hits back and she likes a wet track and had a lot of trouble with it. Hey. Lost it actually last prep. She was out for a while with it. Hey.
Wow, it's very quick to move from, you know, a little bit of a black eye post race to a week in hospital, 15 grand down the track.
That's right, exactly right. You've been there, have you?
Certainly have. What about being a Gordonvale boy? You'd be keeping a close eye and know many people struggling up there in the floods at the moment.
I did a stint in for some years too, so I know plenty up there. Good luck to them up there, all survived and look after themselves.
Absolutely. This girl went through the mud quite well.
She did.
What will you do with her now?
Oh, I'd like to get to town, but midweeks are probably all right for the time being.
Are you pronouncing it right? Is it Palais Princess?
The Palais, the soccer player.
Of course, of course.
By Santos, that was his club.
I should have looked at it from a soccer player's point of view. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, there he is. Vlad Jurek, of course, gave her a great ride. I might head back up the top to have a chat with Vlad. So you didn't pick up the soccer bits there, Maxie?
No, I didn't send us thing. No.
Palais?
Yeah, Pele, one of the all-time greats there. So, yeah, but I noticed quite a few horses were nicely named today. It's always good when owners put a little bit of thought into it. And Pele Princess today at start number 12 gets the money with her really hitting the line hard there. Sailing home down the outside, get up and score in 120.92, 36.28. It was 2 lengths she won by, 2 lengths, then a half, and the placings are 8, 3, 7, 10, and 2.
All right, we'll just have a quick word with Vlad. I'm sure he's keen to get in there, weigh in, and probably wash your face, Vlad.
Vlad. Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? Even worse with the mud on it. She was great. First up, congrats to Brett. You know, he prepared her beautifully. I got a nice feel for her going to the start. Very light mouth, little filly, and she raced that way. She really breathed and relaxed the first half. Tempo was strong. Loved this cut in the track. Come the outside, she did the rest. So it was a good win.
He had her obviously plenty fit enough to handle the downgrade.
Look, she loved the track. I think that really helped her today. And speed on, and she was just able to close really well. So obviously a horse will appreciate further as well.
We genuine 6?
Yes, yeah, no worse than that.
Fantastic, well done. All right, Vlad Jurek takes out the third Maxi Palais Princess.
Just looking at the replay, he's come right out off the inside, hasn't he, really? Giving her a full head of steam in the straight, and she started to gap them over the final part. Ninjutsu was good doing work early from the gate.
That's right.
Not easy out there with 60 on your back.
No, from the outside gate. 100 to 1 pop, man of the town.
Yeah.
Still third.
Yep, and the disappointment was sexy.
Sexy time.
Yeah, sexy time.
It's a flop.
Well, maybe he didn't handle the ground, I don't know. He coming towards the bend, Jitsu clearly had the better of him. He was under a lot of pressure and weakened out of it over the last 200. Probably finishes around about midfield, but I think the runner-up will go close to winning next time, and now that filly, the winner's on the board. The way she won there, if she gets the right setup next time, she might be able to
go on with it
into the top 3 or 4.
Yeah, 17.20 and 3.40 for Palais Princess. As we come back to you, Anthony.
Bit of a roughie there. Palais Princess, 17.23, 42 man at the town. And a little bit of a run this was 8, 3, 7 and 10 after the third from Ipswich. We have to leave it right there and get to Warwick Farm. Race 4, 9 minutes away. Here's a look at your market. To the extreme 380 and Amelia Jane 390 having a good battle for favouritism. Here's Ben Brad Shentel.
Welcome back to Warwick Farm, ahead of race number 4, the second leg of the quaddie. I dare say the interest in the quaddie has dropped for many, with a $41 outsider saluting in the first. But if you did happen to have Amicus Curiae on your ticket, best of luck to you, and I hope you survive through to at least proxies and dare to dream. Our favourite in this one is To the Extreme. It's 4-year-old and up, benchmark 72 for the girls over 11. Angel Down is where we'll start off our yard. $6 out to $13, $12 to $13 today. Ben Osmond claiming 3 for Waterhouse and Pond.
Yeah, 1100 metres looks too short, doesn't it? So it did get out to 1900 metres. In fact, last campaign, that was only second up after resuming over 1400 metres. So a change of tack this time in. That might suggest that the treading her is more of a sharper type this time in. So it was given a rev up late in her 2 trials over 1,000 metres. So the query is the obvious one, but drawn barrier 1, she shouldn't be too far away, and I expect her to be hitting the line.
Well, the fitness isn't a query, it's just the distance. As you say there, I thought it may be a bit slick for her. But she looks okay coming here. I've never seen her in the flesh before. It's the first time I've laid eyes on her. Her trials have been quite good. There's been intent to make her find the line. I'd say this run will bring her on, and she'll improve when she gets it over a touch further.
The 2 is Wind of Change. Molly Burke claiming 2 for Matt Smith.
Never figured first up at Canterbury. That was her first run for the stable coming across from New Zealand. Jumped as well as anything, but the barrier just forced her back in the run. So I think she can settle a lot closer here, which can see her improve.
She's a solid mare. I haven't seen her before. Obviously, she debuted here in Australia at Canterbury, but she's a stocky little thing. There's plenty of her. Nice type, actually, to look at. Stewart's report suggests she was flat, so she could bounce back off that. It looks good.
The 3, Divine Vicky, Bronick Prague, barrier 10, Maddie Smith.
Held her ground without threatening at Warwick Farm first up. There was some market support for her. That was on a heavy track and drawn awkwardly today, but I do like her nice and fresh. 4 weeks between runs, and she can improve back on top of the ground. So it mixes her form, but that makes her some kind of knockout hope.
She's always been a lovely little mare. She's not overly big, but she's tenacious, and I think you can forgive her for a first up run. It was quite wet here first up, and I just don't think she appreciated it. Back on top of the ground, she's got a lovely healthy coat on her. She's all dappled up, so she looks the goods.
4, Opal Fields, William Stanley claiming 3 for John Thompson.
She was okay last start. That was a Canterbury beaten 3 lengths in her defence. The leader won, and it was a race that didn't really change complexion throughout. So won a tight go at Hawkesbury the start prior, 5 weeks between runs, and that fresh approach has worked for her in the past.
I did notice that they tend to space her runs, and sometimes she can be a little bit playful, especially when she leaves the yard. But so far, so good for her at the moment. Different times she's created really switched off, and other times she's up on the toe. So at the moment, she's quite settled, which is a positive sign for her. She's always been a really good-looking individual when she moves into the yard, so no faulting her appearance at all.
6, Jamaican Money, Damien Lane and a roper.
It was too good for her roles at Dubbo last start. She led, she bolted in. So runner-up has been beaten at Grafton since. So there's an obvious query over the depth of that country form line, but does find a winnable race here. Draws well. She's got tactical speed. Given the setups, she'll give some cheek.
Definitely, she's got a lot of toe out of the gate. She's quite highly strung. She's just wanting to get on with it. She's sweating up. Probably not a pick of the yard type of commodity, but in saying that, she'll put herself up there. She could run better than she parades. Well, I hope she does.
Ron Quinton has the 7 To the Extreme. Maddie Owen claiming 3.
Lightly raced mare. She returned with a length defeat at Kent Grange last time in, but that was behind Ballet d'Esprit, a pretty handy mare in her own right. So a maiden win at Canterbury was on top of the ground. I think that's significant here. I like the way that she's trialled up, and if she runs up to that maiden form, I think she'll give this a shake, and the market has recognised her.
Absolutely, she's here to run well. Her trial was really nice. She was allowed to stride through the line. She looked like she was really cruising through it quite nicely, comfortably on the bridle. She comes here looking great. She's nice and settled, relaxed, switched off, doing everything spot on. So absolutely a tick from the yard.
The 8, Russian Schnitzel, Olivia Chambers and David Fife.
I think she improves here. So she led, knocked up first up at the midweek. She travelled into the straight like she was going to be somewhere in the finish. The market did forecast that she would be better with the run. They were very soft on her chances that last little bit. But she's another horse who will slide forward and make her own luck.
She's quite warm, and she's feeling the effects of the humidity here this afternoon. That's my only knock. The ponies with her keeping her nice and settled. She does wear earmuffs just to keep her switched off. It's doing that trick, but I'd say, looking at her, she probably would have needed the run first up. She probably looks like she could do with the run again today, but I'd say there would have been improvement from last start to today.
Braith not looking for a double. He's on the 9, Amelia Jane, Barry Nigel.
Really interesting mare. So she's one of the untapped runners here. The 1100 metres does make me nervous, particularly where she's likely to be in the run, but she's all upside. I love the way that she's trialled up. She's had the 3. That suggests that she's ready to go. She won the latest of those, and the Newcastle Maiden she won at a second start for Joe Bride across from New Zealand. She beat Lady Chikawa and Alice May. So her breeding suggests that she'll be better over further, but there is something about her.
There is something about her, isn't there? I think she might be able to go on with it. She ended last preparation on a winning note. Her trials have been nice. She's had 3 trials coming back into this, so she's quite forward. She looks good, coat's in nice order, doing everything right in the yard. So first time I've laid eyes on her, but I'm quite taken by her.
Jason Deemer and Zach Waddick team up with the 10 Altercation.
She's going well at the moment. She's measured up in 2 city runs at her past couple of starts. She comes back to her own sex. Answer Life did frank that form line from last time out, and she gets her chance map-wise.
She's going well. She started her career out on the country tracks, and now she's progressed into the city. Looks well, doesn't look out of place here.
The 11 Sakita, Molly Fitzgerald picks up the ride for Richard and Will Friedman.
Was well back to Newcastle first up, having trialled well prior to that, but just found the 900 metres a touch too sharp after getting back in the run. So 1100 metres looks to suit better here.
She definitely will appreciate that extra ground here this afternoon. I thought she was working through the line quite nicely. Presents beautifully, lovely type to look at, and she goes around no weight on her back.
And the 12 Mandalong stars, Olivia Dalton, barrier 11, Gary Nixon.
Comes off a string of placings in Country Company at the back end of last campaign. First up here, just the one trial where she didn't beat a run at home, so prefer her in something slightly easier.
She'll take a little benefit out of the run here. She's quite a big mare. There's a lot of her, so she'll definitely strip it up.
Good to see so many quality apprentices shaping up, ready for this one.
Everything is good, but the problem is that 12. If that 12, they don't have very high hopes on that 12, but here is the 12. That 12 is one of the best BBs with one of the best advantage given. And the track is a 350, 326. So I don't know how, and this is a 1100 meter. It should not, it should go with 10, 9. The 4 is there with the drift. It should go there. I definitely like the 10. The 9 is there. I definitely like the 10. But the problem is that 12. That 12 can do a lot of mayhem. It's the way Randwick plays. This is same age, same sex. If this thing goes on age, 12 will destroy this. But the problem is it's a 350. It's not a 400 meter straight track. So not sure. I'm going to be out.
Amelia Jane, she's here to run well. I think she's a really nice horse going forward, and Sakita, I should say. I thought she presented it equally as well.
It had to be a 400 meter straight for that 12 to have the right advantage.
Favourite to a $3.50 chance. So the gamble is the 1100 metres. We better as she gets up out over further. But I love the way she won that most recent trial, and given the makeup of this field.
El Novato 12, yes, that 12 has very, very strong advantage. Very strong advantage, but it's a shorter track. Not sure what will happen. El Novato 1 and 9.
Amelia Jane, as you mentioned, best backed $4 when you started your mounting yard or thereabouts. Now $3.50. Outright favourite to the extreme. 370, still solid enough, but there's more money late for Amelia Jane. Russian Pencil 7, Jamaican money 8.50, and Altercation $9.50. Best back late has been the 9. Last few loading. There is a look at your favourite. Let's get to Darren.
Back runners in the race, and Amelia Jane is moving in now. Braith knock aboard. Wind of Change gets set. Polly Burke. Mandalong Stars, the rank outsider. Mandalong Stars, the last to move in. So the 2 best back to the extreme and Amelia Jane. Ready to go now. Heat of the Rising Star. For the apprentices, 11 running, they're off and racing. Mandalong Stars, the roughie jumped okay. Wind of Change scoots underneath it. Followed by Jamaican Money, Handy, Russian Schnitzel as well. They're followed then by Angel Down, who posses up on the rails from Sakita going forward, and Wiper out as Altercation. A length and a half to the grade 2, the extreme in advance of Opal Field. Mandalong Stars drift back. Amelia Jane's well back in the field as well. Third last, Divine Vicky is the last one. They string out of the 600. Russian Schnitzel pouring the pressure on to Jamaican Money. 2 off to Wind of Change. Altercation well positioned.
No, that's not happening for 12.
Matty taking closer order now on the grade 2, the extreme, and Amelia Jane, who's been heavily back, hooks to the outside as they turn. The leaders have gone hard. Opal Fields and Jamaican Money, and on the outside, Wind of Change to the extreme. Amelia Jane is winding up, and then came Altercation between them. It's Wind of Change, just the leader. From to the extreme, going to it. Wind of Change to the extreme. Opal Fields is flashing home at the end and got up
4.
in the last bound. Opal Fields nosed out Wind of Change with to the extreme third. Divine Vicky,
4.
Amelia Jane, Sakita, Altercation, a gap back to Russian Schnitzel, Jamaican Money, Angel Down and Mandalong Stars.
4, 2, 7 and 3, just as it looked as though he was going to be able to stave them all off from Quinton's galloper to the extreme. You've seen the winner bloused them late, Opal Fields. Opal Fields was trucking in behind, but ultimately just needed a gap. Got the gap, split between the 7 and the 9, and nabbed the 2 late, that being Wind of Change. Wind of Change was mightily brave there, up close to the speed throughout, and has been nabbed in the final stride. And while the low angle is a touch deceptive, usually brings the inside horse in. I
4, 2, 7, 3.
It will be 4, 2, 7, and then the 3, Divine Vicky, ultimately running in for 4th, Brad.
William Stanley in the saddle in the apprentice race, and just had to bide his time there. If Opal Fields didn't win, would have been a good thing licked. It just looked awkward there for a stride or two, just tucked in behind those couple of favourites to the extreme.
My confusion was with 4 and 12. My confusion was 4 and 12. The 12 did not do anything. The 4 went through.
Given it was a truly run race. You thought that to the extreme and Amelia Jane were both going to find out the finish when they made those sweeping runs from the back of the field. But being first up, maybe they peaked on their run slightly. I'd still follow both of those with a bit of confidence. Wind of
But
Change,
I was out of this
much
one.
better than last time,
Anyway.
putting herself on top of the speed. And Divine
Lewis
Vicky,
won
finished fourth,
at
much
Sandown
better
is
than
son
the
of
inside. So racing
Justify.
like dissect a few times over time, but the winner, a touch too powerful that last 50 metres.
Well, we speak so much about that race fitness, and we have seen 2 first up, just popped that final 100 or so, and Wind of Change, who had the fitness, and Opal Fields have been the ones that have fought it out. Fantastic win. I wouldn't say it was the prettiest of watches, John, but once your galloper got out, boy, that was a great finish.
Yeah, he just needed a bit of room in the straight, but once she obtained clear running, she hit the line nice and strong.
She's deep into her prep now, but it's been a fantastic preparation, hasn't it?
Yeah, look, she goes well fresh, so we're sort of spaced each run. I actually said to the owners this morning, probably today will be her last run for this prep, but we'll see how she pulls up. But she's a lovely man. She goes really well fresh. I've got to say, really impressed with this young boy. He seemed a little bit nervous before the race, but he listened, he executed well, and right.
Yeah, William Stanley, had you had much to do with him prior to this?
No, the guys out in Newcastle give him a big rap, and was happy to give him a crack, and did well. He listened, and you could tell he'd done his homework and put it into play.
That will take you a long way. Well done, John. Thank you. Fantastic work.
Rexy needed 2.
Congratulations, all, your first city winner for John Thompson. Must be a thrill.
Yeah, it's great. It's one of the days I've always dreamed of since I was a kid, so really, really happy with the result.
You were sweating on a run.
Oh, it would have been a good thing, beat if she hadn't got there, but she travelled really well throughout. She jumped and got herself into a nice spot. We've done no early work. We just got a suck run, which was good. She just was hoping the horse in front of me would have taken me a little bit further. And just made me look for early options, and glad and sort of fuming at myself that I did, because it could have been good luck or bad luck, but I'm really happy with the result.
Now, you've recently moved to Newcastle. You're with Chris Lees now. Things are going well.
Yeah, loving it. Absolutely loving it.
Good on you, Will. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations to William Stanley, a 3 kilo claimer, and what a big moment that is to get that win. And for John Thompson, well, what better stable to pair up with at the moment? All of his horses are airborne, and Opal Fields gets win number 3 this preparation. Around $21.30 on the local tote. Wind of Change was fantastic, as mentioned, up on speed, bringing that race fitness to the track today. To the Extreme and Divine Vicky running 3rd and 4th. And, well, didn't look as though things would open up, did it? To the Extreme was launching a run, and to that horse's outside we had Amelia Jane, but he remained patient. He got the job done. 4, 2, 7 and 3.
All right, we'll leave it there. Good on Will Stanley there. First city winner on Open Field for John Thompson. Another roughie. Some of these horses today winning without names. Another roughie there at Warwick Farm. And a couple of long price winners at Ipswich as well. 4, 2, 7 and 3. We'll leave it there. Off to a break. Ipswich next.
glad Jury confirmed that as well in that interview.
Certainly did. All right, let's take a look at Able Seaman from the Tony Gollins stable with Ange Jones.
Yeah, clearly enjoyed getting the 1600 last starts in Class 1. Was a good ride by Ange Jones. She did have a good gait, but the perfect ride, saving all of the ground, strong at the end. And that followed a good run at the Sunshine Coast behind Bernarda Slide. So he's in really good form, and he can make it back-to-back wins this course of distance.
Tony Gollin also trains the 2 Godzilla with Jimmy Orman above, and he's got the drifts, Max. He's been $4.60 to $6.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise about that, because he's certainly working up to a win at Doomben last start. He stepped up to the 1600 for the first time this prep. For barrier 2, he was going to settle handy, but he got shuffled back in the field and then was obliged to get going 4 and 5 wide from about the 650. I thought he was really good there, Godzilla, but yeah, there was a little bit of a slow on him today. But off that last run, he can make his presence felt here.
Yeah, it looks impeccable. Let's look at the 3 now. Sweet Proposal. She has forged into favouritism now. Annabelle Nation, Rob Archibald and Jay Guthman Chester.
She's had 14 starts and she's been in the top 3 9 times. Only 2 wins, though.
One on a heavy.
Yeah, and this looks perfect for her today. She was good at Kembla. She stayed strongly over the 1600, then went to the 1800 on the Kensart Randwick, and they obviously had a plan to ride her in behind, and they literally dragged her back when it was a dawdle, and then nothing really worked out thereafter in the home straight. I'd be willing to forget it completely and suggest that if she goes forward today from barrier 1, leads or lets one go, I think she's in this right up to her ears.
Since you started talking about her, she went $4 to $3.40.
I think that might have been because of your comment of her having one on
Went.
quite a rain effect.
Yes. All right. Who Ordered the Fish is number 4 from the Kevin Kemp stable. He takes blinkers off, puts a tongue tie on today with Cody Collins.
Started favourite there on the poly. Seemed to have a nice run until about the 650 when he had to come very wide. But he did peter out the last 150. And I just wonder whether that's the reason that Kevin Kemp has put the tongue tie on. So we might see some improvement with Who Ordered the Fish today. Back onto the turf, the claim, and importantly, the tongue tie on.
The Barber of Seville is number 5 from the Matt Crop stable with CJ Brown.
Yeah, he was good at Doomben because he made a complete mess at the start. And then he started to over-race when he was given a bit of a dig to catch up. And I thought he was good to continue to make ground in the home straight. That was the Itchy Barn race.
That's right.
Back on that, the Monday public holiday for Australia Day. So, gee, a repeat of that sees him hard to beat here.
She's Got Verb will be number 6, Chris Waller and Sammy Cotter.
Didn't do much at all on the Kenzo last start. Was beaten about 6 lengths. It got back, didn't really run on at all. But today, we've been notified of a change of tactics in that they want her to be ridden a little bit more closer. She could possibly take the box seat behind the leaders.
Twisted Mistress is already out on the track. Doug and Graham Lane and Jason Taylor.
She could possibly also want the lead. That was a total forget last start at Gatton. She came out of the gates, literally went down on her nose.
Yeah.
And she couldn't possibly recover from that. So, but I don't think she's quite up to it. I think this is quite a talented group. So I'm just happy to watch her today, Bertie, Twisted Mistress.
All right, number 8 is Jamaica Me Crazy from the Tony Gollins stable with Emily Lang.
This mare by Flying Artie is going quite well. She went to Gatton and got the money last start. She drew gate 1 and she was way back, but did save all the ground on the inside to get up and score. This is harder, but with a claim, and she gets a soft time, midfield or a little bit worse, she can certainly run on.
Rightio, that is how the horses looked in the we are just going to have a short hold up here. There was a minor accident, a strapper tripped over, and the horse has stood on her. She's okay as far as she walked up the stairs.
Yep.
The ambulance people are out of the ambulance, and they're inside the jockeys room building here, attending to.
Yeah, but we did see a walk, but they just want to make sure.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. So what's it doing here with the market? Able Seaman's been a little bit easy. Godzilla's been a little bit weak in the market. Sweet Proposal. $4.80 down to $3.20, and they haven't stopped backing her. Looking at that pattern birdie, 340, 320, 310. We are looking at the QOP. The order to fish has been reasonably solid. She's got Verve out of point, and Jamaica Me Crazy has been very easy in the market. In fact, all of three of Tony Gollan's runners have been easy, but with all the support for Sweet Proposal, whatever else you like here, you're probably going to get a bit of an inflated price.
Yeah, I think so. You're with her.
Yeah. Well, she was, I think, freely $5 on tap earlier today, but with a bit of hit in the ground and perhaps being able to lead from the inside barrier, she's a little bit one pace, and I think that's her go, being right up there. I mean, you saw her when she won Grimsby that day. She controlled clearly from the front. She started the favourite, kicked and won, and I think Jag might do something or attempt to do something similar on her here. Just there in those triple crown colours.
Looks great.
Saw them twice here, or up here, winner 10,000, and then twice the winner of Everest. So I'm hoping she can control from the front. I've got the Bear, the Barber of Seville. By the time I looked at that, I think, what is that? I think it's the Barber of Seville in for second. Godzilla number 2, and then Able Seaman, 3, 5, 2, 1.
I went 1, 1, 3, 2, 4. I am slightly concerned with Able Seaman. He's actually only had one run on a soft track previously for an unplaced run, but I suspect it was prior to that. Well, it was prior to that very long spell he had. We obviously had an issue that was attended to, and he's come through that well. So it could have been immaturity. It could have been many things. So I don't want to label him on one run off a soft track. I know the horse is going really well. I don't see why he couldn't have put two together. She's got a lovely patient ride again. Mayan shows right behind the speed, which I think will be something like Sweet Proposal. So I've got her as the danger. Godzilla was a great parade. Slightly toey, but still he looked magnificent. I don't know why the big drift on him. He has been a winner on one occasion on a soft track. The other one I've got in is the 4 Who Ordered the Fish. And really solid actually around that $5 mark. And he is a horse that is advantaged now that we're on a soft 6, I think.
Yeah, the previous winner, Pele Princess, came, 10 horses off the fence.
That's right.
Down the running. There were a lot of 100-to-1 shots in that race. Somebody was saying before is the inside off. They usually, when it rains, they usually like to get away from the fence a bit, don't they?
Yeah.
I don't think it's the end of the world, though, if you get the inside.
I don't think it's a go slow lane, but probably best to talk to jockeys.
Yeah.
I think on that.
Just Godzilla over there. He's standing up beautifully. Nice and quiet.
Yeah, that's right. So the airboats are still inside, tending to our strapper, who Godzilla accidentally stood on after she tripped over. So keep you up to date rather on that. Let's go to Anthony now and get a market update, and we'll see how they're going.
That doesn't sound nice. Stepped on by the horse. Sweet Proposals had a good firm up here since you started your mounting yard. Was about 360, 380 at that time. Now into $3. So good support there for the 3. Able Seaman, pretty much solid, consistent with where it was this morning. 440. Who Ordered the Fish? Likewise, only one roll, 5 to 550 in the last sort of 5 or 10 minutes. Godzilla opened 460 today after scratchings. Was near enough to favourite. Now $7. So big drift on it. And she's got Verve $10. So they're settled on the 3, Bernie. Sweet Proposal, who's been the best back from the inside cap.
All right, I'm just waiting for them to move into the gates here. There is just a slight delay. Bernie's just wanted to find out a little bit more.
Yeah, so fortunately all is well in there, and I think the
Ipswich is like this. That 3 is the linear one with all strong advantages. That's there. If 1600 meter, that should get through, right? Now that 2 has been to league races and it has that advantage. The 5 has the highest advantage, but this one is with the gate support as well.
Straight, so 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, 2, 1. 3, 5, Only a small field of 8s. They're about to get runner clearly, though. Sweet Proposal, number 3.
Here's Jared Wesson.
That 2 is in a lethal position in Ipswich.
Certainly the extra rain won't dent her chances.
That 2 is in a
Now
lethal
Jamaican
position.
comes in. So we look to be set to go now. $2.90 for Sweet Proposal. The lights on, no delay. They're racing immediately from the inside. Sweet Proposal left on terms. Pushing forward was the Barber of Seville, not too far away, Able Seaman. So there's a line of 3 early. Godzilla's wide. She's got Verves poking through on the rail to get to 4th. Then came Twisted Mistress from Who Ordered to Fish, and Jamaican Me Crazy goes back to last of all. So it's out in front, Sweet Proposal. The favourite takes control, leads 3/4 to Able Seaman, who just has to work for that spot outside the leader. The Barber of Seville's got the trailing third one off the rail. She's got Verve 4th inside, 2 further back, then 2 Twisted Mistress, who's covering up Who Ordered to Fish. About 2 lengths to Godzilla and 3 off Jamaican Me Crazy last of all. So Sweet Proposal going along the back straight inside the 900. Looks to be running them along at just a fair clip. Leads a half length Able Seaman. 2 away to She's Got Verve, just tugging for a bit more reining third. 4th outside the Barber of Seville's in a nice posse now. 2 lengths then to Twisted Mistress, who's being ridden along to try and get a bit closer. Then Who Ordered to Fish, followed by Godzilla, weighted with second last, and 3 off Jamaican Me Crazy last of all. Up to the 500 now. Sweet Proposal just in front, but about to be tested by Able Seaman, and the favourite just comes under some pressure there. Wide of the Barber of Seville's battling away. Behind them, She's Got Verve held up from Twisted Mistress. Godzilla right to the outside, and Who Ordered to Fish is getting a split as well. It's Sweet Proposal into the straight with Able Seaman, and Who Ordered to Fish is closing in rapidly. Then came Godzilla. Behind them then was She's Got Verve. It's Who Ordered to Fish in front from Godzilla. Then came She's Got Verve and Sweet Proposal, but Who Ordered to Fish clear. Who Ordered to Fish 3/4 beat home
4 and 2.
Godzilla. She's Got Verve, Sweet Proposal 4th. Then came the Barber of Seville, followed by Able Seaman. Next in Jamaican Me Crazy and Twisted Mistress last of all. So number 4, Who Ordered to Fish, sitting back around about midfield and has been able to finish best. Coming off a polytrack run that looked pretty ordinary. Went $2.40 in favourite last time, but the gear changes, the blinkers off, the tongue tie on, and back onto a turf track with a bit of give in the ground.
Yes, 4 and 2.
He got the right tempo up front. He seemed to be travelling strongly coming towards the bend. He sort of stuck to his guns. Only a length off Who Ordered to Fish. Then She's Got Verve getting into third late there from Sweet Proposal. Sweet Proposal led, but was annoyed by Able Seaman most of the way, and both of those 2 leaders were under a lot of pressure as soon as they turned. That's when Who Ordered to Fish made his move. And then to the extreme outside, Godzilla. So again, they're using plenty of the track, but Kevin Kemp has been successful here with Who Ordered to Fish. By Headwater, that's his 3rd win at start 18 today.
And Kempy's been giving a bit of cheek around the set here today as well. So it's just as well you've had a nice winner here, Kevin. Kevin?
Oh, yes. So it was a very good ride. Really, really good ride by young Katie, and the horse done well. A little tiny bit of rain has helped. He loves to get his toe in a little bit. And, no, very, very, very good.
He does love it when it rains a little bit. And this track, the way it is at a soft 6, would be perfect for his liking.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. And it was just a nice race. The kid, as I said, just giving him a 10 out of 10 ride. And gee, a lot of horses need that to win, and he was so good, yeah.
Yep, speaking of Cody Collis, obviously he's one of our sort of rising star apprentices, would you say?
Oh, definitely. Just, there's a few around at the moment, isn't there? There's young Emily, and there's Bailey, and there's a couple others there, and Talia, and we're pretty lucky to have young apprentices on the way up, yeah, which is what we need.
Cody, of course, has schooling him, which is always a big help. Wouldn't hurt as well. You also you took the blinkers off this guy today and put that tongue tie on.
Yeah, well, it didn't seem to help the other day, so we took them off, and then we put the tongue tie on because just these last 150 hadn't been as strong as it should have been. So, and today was really good. Yeah, really good the last 150. So we'll keep the tongue tie on.
I think you could be the master of gear changes.
Well, I don't think it hurts. I don't know. They're only put in to try and make fools of us, and sometimes they do, more times than not.
Exactly right. That's what horses do. Good on you, Kempy. Enjoy the win.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, there he is, Kevin Kemp. Nice gear change, Maxie.
Yeah, well, he did tell us an hour before the race that the time, he said it's a significant change with this horse today. He was right. He was at 42.39, and then they were home in 36.55. Seemed to be pretty genuine gallop all the way.
4, 2, 6, and 3. As we come back to you, Anthony.
Who ordered to fish? 620, 180 wins there. Godzilla second. She's got the third. Next week we go for 4, 2, 6, and 3. That's the fourth from Ipswich. Okay, let's get to Warwick Farm now. They're mounting yard for the fifth, second last race. Ozigi, the favourite from Acadian Emperor and Investment. We'll need a bit of help with this lot though. Let's get the team on track.
Welcome back to Warwick Farm. We are halfway through the quaddie. Best of luck if you're still alive. Amicus Curie at $41 in the first leg and $21.30 about Opal Fields on the local.
I'm going to be back from the washroom in a
Could be
jiffy.
a monster. I like Kirk first
Bro,
Dealings handicap 2,400.
I'm sorry, Nevado, I don't understand Spanish. No Espanol.
Start off, guys, with Fulfilled. James McDonald and
If you are able to write in English, everybody can understand what you're saying.
That does still be an important form race for this, but it's a tricky horse, or tricky race, I should say, to assess with confidence, given they were strung right out. That was behind Tijanas. He was beaten 30 lengths. I like the way he put out the finish at Wyong start prior. That suggests another win isn't too far away. You just have to trust him to bounce back.
I just don't think he appreciated the track at Rosehill last start. I think he will definitely appreciate being back on top of the ground. That was his first run on a wettish type track. In terms of the way he presents, when I saw him at Wyong, I thought there's no way he can run well because he was a hot mess and he was above himself, but he was exceptional on that occasion. I actually walked away from that meeting wanting to follow him. I made a case for him last start, but it's a total forgive back here to suitable race. Yes, he's hot, but this is actually really good for him. He's very settled. He's nice and switched off, which is very positive. But I think he's just one of those horses that's just a real free sweater.
John Thompson looking for a running double with horse 3, California Grass, Reese Jones.
And he's a good chance of getting it too. I think she's well placed here, so kept chasing when a distant third at Rosehill. That too was behind Tijanas and Gilded Water. That looks like a good reference for this. She was a big winner this track and trip 3 starts ago, where she actually beat Tijanas. So she doesn't have any tactical speed, but we know she'll be hitting the line hard.
Absolutely, she's deep into her campaign, but she's still holding nice enough condition. Forget her run 2 starts ago, she was able to bounce back last time out. I know she was still well beaten, but she did figure in the placings. This is much easier here today for her, so expect to see her running well.
John also has the 4 Impunity, Chad Schofield.
Another one coming through that Tijanas race. He didn't really handle the ground. That was a wash-up from that. So that was a spot starting hard in the market. Chad Schofield jumps back on and he won on him at his previous 2 starts. That the key to him just seems to be stoking him up at the right time. He's a momentum style stayer.
He's a big boy. There's a lot of him. He stood out for all the right reasons when he won here 2 starts ago. To be honest, I probably could have tipped him from the yard. He looked so good and he was able to get the job done. Another one you could probably forgive for last start. Things just didn't work out for him. So off his looks here, he can easily win this.
Beyond Baker has the 5-0 Ziggy, Jason Collar.
He backs up from Saturday, so he's a very fit horse. He ran brave. He finished second behind his flying stablemate, now Anchorage. He did fail at his only previous try at 2,400 metres, which is the little niggle, but the timing's spot on to find out again.
You wouldn't know him a few days ago. He's really bright within himself. There's a lot of purpose in the way he's walking around. He means business, so he's back here to run well. He seems to have pulled up in really good order, otherwise he wouldn't be here. But yeah, the query's the trick for him, but based off how well he seems in himself, then he could run well.
Alicia Collett rides the Nisham and Archibald train number 6 Acadian Emperor, Winkers for the first time.
Yeah, I like that little gear change. So he strikes this 4th up. He's a stay that looked destined to skip through the grades, given how well he won there at Newcastle first up, which was his first run as a gelding, but he hasn't really fired in 2 runs since. Last time out through that Tijanas form reference, he was okay, but I think there's a real sense of timing about him to improve.
I pinpointed him as a real progressive stayer when he won first up.
Oh, okay.
Newcastle.
All right. John, thank you so much for explaining that, my friend. Thank you for being here, John.
He was quite, that was the first time I
Welcome back.
He was quite sturdy. getting warm. Presents much the same today. He's hot. He's probably not as fired up. He's probably a little bit more sensible here today.
Oh, please tell him we're very thankful for him being here. Please tell him that. Very thankful for him being here. And God bless him too.
She's been heavily backed as well here, so she dropped back to the provincials last start, did justify the market support. She was sent around an odds-on favourite. Does meet a few battle-hardened stayers here. This year's harder, but that was her first run over the 2,400 metres, and now she's ticked that box. So the market's really keen on her chances to win again.
I just want to make a point. It must be really humid down at the horse stalls because the temperature has dropped here in the yard, and it's nowhere near as humid as it was. The majority of 90% of these horses are all sweating up quite bad, and she's one of them. So a few starts ago, she got herself very worked up here at home, and then the next time I saw her, she was much better. She hasn't had that flow trip away, so she's probably feeling fresh, but she's on the 7-day backup, and I like the way she got to the line last week when winning.
Okay, now we have John Cooper's runner, the 9.
Yeah, one of big odds here. So turned for home in front at Scone last start, faded halfway down the straight to be beaten 5 lengths. So would need to improve sharply off his past 2 starts.
I always say that I think he looks a picture of health every time you see him. You can never knock his appearance.
Okay, and Brenner to round things out, guys. Another one, a triple figures here, Brad. Heavy Van der Hoven in the saddle for Jason Coyle.
He kept finding the line there at the end of
Same, John. I don't know Spanish, and I see so many chats at times, and I have no clue what's going on in the chat.
He's much the same. Every time you see him, he's always presented in beautiful order.
Okay, Ziggy, he's a 4-year-old looking for his 4th victory at start number 18 and represents the Bjorn Baker stable, Glen Lob. Much the same could be said. Good to see you, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good, Ben, good.
You liking your chances here?
Yeah, I think so. I think like everyone has said, it's, the 2,400's a question mark. He's only been over it once, but it was at the end of his first prep. So, I mean, you can sort of be forgiving for that he didn't go any good then. And few of his runs this time, and over the 2,000 metres, he's done a lot of work to lead. And then Saturday, he was probably the easiest front that he got the other day and went good, went second to our anchorage. So, I mean, I think Jason's just going to drop it as usual and try and turn it into a 2,000, 2,200 metre race. If he can get a few easy sectionals, it'll be in his favour.
Breeding isn't everything, but he is by age side. I mean, there's every chance of running out strongly, and as you said, excuses for not doing that in the past. Dom Pedro in race 6.
Yeah, I thought his first run was good. He drew a wide gate.
Said the 5 is good. The 5 is good. Here is what I have. So the 5 is definitely good, but the distance has always been with the 5-year-old mares. If you look at what 5 and 3 are, the advantage is with 3. But 5 has a very large drift, though it is not the largest. 4 has the largest. So these two are competing one. This is not within the rails, but that 3 is good, and 2,400 meters, 5-year-old mares have been very disastrous. Having said that, they kind of are probably one of the biggest suffering teams. The team is absolutely disastrous, but it's a Wednesday. I'm hoping that the 3 will deliver. I'm hoping the 3 will deliver.
Really flood home at the finish. 6, Arcadian Emperor. Little gear change with him. Winker's first time. The market likes him. He's pretty firm. There's a $4 chance. Love the way that he won first up, and I think he gets the right setup to rediscover that form here. 5 Ziggy. Catch him if he can from out in front, albeit he has been a touch soft. And 4.
5 is the favorite, bro.
Top of the ground. 3, 6, 5,
but
and 4.
3 has a lot of advantage in this one.
Farm 360 about the favourite Ziggy, who has drifted, and investment best back to beat it late. It'll nearly run favourite investment with the last few to load here, and Arcadian Emperor hot on their heels at $4. So Ziggy's been easy. Investment, Arcadian Emperor best back. Here's Darren.
Ziggy on the back up from Saturday is the favourite in front of investment. and California Grass with a 2,400 metre win to his credit here. So John Thompson with the 2 in the race, and they're off and racing now. Impunity left well together with O'Ziggy there from Barrier 1. Investment showing a bit more speed today. Might even be having a bite for the lead. O'Ziggy's there on the fence from Investment, is being restrained now, so Investment doesn't want to take on O'Ziggy. Acadian Emperor plonks in third over Racing on the outside of Impunity. California Grass settles 3 back the fence on the inside of the King going Ice the Rare. And the last 2 fulfilled on the outside of Brenner. So O'Ziggy, Jason Collett, I was more than happy to hold the front here. And let's O'Ziggy run. That's the way he likes it. O'Ziggy a length and a half clear. From Investment, he was restrained early by Tyler Schiller, so he's content to sit outside Impunity. Acadian Emperor looks to be travelling better now in the 4th position, a bit of rhythm. In advance of California Grass. Then came the long shots, Ice the Rare Brenner, and a neck back on the outside to Fulfilled. So they go to the 1,500 metres, and O'Ziggy travelling well, out by a length and a half for Investment. Followed by Impunity, tucked away leaders back. Then Acadian Emperor, 1 out, 1 back. Further back to California Grass is getting close to heels, and the Ruffy Ice takes off from the rear. Fulfilled starts to improve its position, and Brenner was last of all. Okay, so they said to Jason Collett, enough of this soft lead on O'Ziggy, and Iceres come right around the field and shows the way at 150 to 1. Iceres a length clear. O'Ziggy on the back up from Saturday at Rose Hill, a clear second, followed then by Impunity, racing on the inside of Investment. Then came California Grass from further back to Acadian Emperor the outside. Now Fulfilled is peeling 3 wide, and this leaves Brenner in last position all on his lonesome. So Iceres leads down the side by 3/4 to O'Ziggy, and Fulfilled trying to sustain a run. James McDonald sets it alight at the 600, and the sparks are flying. O'Ziggy is asked to go now with Fulfilled putting the pressure on the outside. Acadian Emperor gets going to third, Impunity under the punch staying on. Coming around the turn, O'Ziggy full bore from Fulfilled trying to sustain the run. Acadian Emperor 3 wide, and Impunity back on the rouse. California Grass has got the last shot at them. 3 lengths getting to the outside. O'Ziggy at the 200 is still bobbing in the lead, but Fulfilled is there. Impunity is there. California Grass on the outside. O'Ziggy, Fulfilled, Impunity. Up the inside, Impunity finished best to beat Fulfilled in California Grass. Ziggy's gone from looking the winner to missing the top 3 at the end. Then Acadian Emperor, a good gap back to Investment Brenner, and Ice the Rare was last in.
Not much went right last time out of Rose Hill, but Impunity strikes here. Beautiful steer from Chad Schofield. Pick of the yard salutes. Well done to Chantel Buckley. Fulfilled in for second. Well, you could kind of smell there was a bit of trouble, James, and he decided to put the foot down, launch into the race, and he's
4,
within
2,
an
3.
neck of claiming it. It was a brilliant strategic ride. California Grass will run in for third. Kind of loomed at about the 150. Thought, well, okay, if you've got a sharp sprint here, you might get over the top. Ultimately, they've fallen half a length or so short. And in for fourth, O'Ziggy, who tried to stave them off, but just couldn't run out that strong 24. Good win, though. And good tipping from Shani. Impunity for John Thompson.
And great riding there from Chad Schofield, wasn't it? So you touched on it, Ben, but it was probably the difference in the end, and he's got a fantastic association with this horse. So that's now 3 from 3, Impunity and Chad Schofield. So it was the right form reference, that Tajanis one, and the 2 horses end up fighting out the finish were just horses better suited on top of the ground, and that was Impunity and Fulfilled, who bounced back from last. California Grass just got shuffled back in the run, probably at the wrong time. And there was O'Ziggy whacking away out in front. He did have a few just serving it up to him probably at the wrong times where he was just trying to get control, and that just softened him up that last 50 metres, which saw him run 4. So it was a race that chopped and changed throughout, but the patient ride gets the verdict there on the line.
Absolutely. As we mentioned pre-race, there was a little bit against last start. Understandable. Impunity had a rare blemish, but that is now 3 of the past 4. Well done, John. A double for you today.
Yeah, look, he was great. He's a nice progressive stayer. He had a bit of a gap between his last run, 5 weeks, and raced a bit fresh the other day on a softer track. Back on top of the ground today with a more economical run in a bit of a messy race. Chad, did panic and got there.
Well, Björn's, they were essentially trying to make it a 2200 metre race, and a few others were trying to inject speed and make it a strong 24. I was a little concerned when you had the back one and triple figures. That was a 10 out of 10 ride too.
It was, yeah. They never had to go around a horse. Good barriers help.
Yeah, you certainly do. Yeah, he's built a nice association. I think that's 3 from 3 for Chad with his galloper.
I think it's something like that, yeah.
Nice work. Keep the run going. Thank you. John Thompson there, who's now brought up another double, and the stable just continues to fire. 4, 2, 3 and 5. Impunity, having won 3 of the last 4, beats the 2 for Field, who, as I mentioned there, Shani, James could tell that the pace just wasn't strong enough, so he tried to inject a little bit more into it prior to the turn and to get up there and in a nice forward showing. He did that, but they've just bumped into one a bit too good. The 3 California Grasses run on gamely from the back, so Johns have run first and third in the 5 over Ziggy. Just not quite running that trip, so they'll have to have another think, and maybe we see dropping back to the 22 or 2000 next time out. I'll leave things with you. We see these colours time and time again, don't we? Saluting, and we see John bringing up winner after winner, and this season he continues to go from strength to strength. Just making his way back.
We are harping on about the Baker stable getting a lot of winners, but John Thompson, for the amount of horses he has, he's getting a lot of winners. And this fella's going really well. What on Chad? 3 for 3 on this fella now. I'll tell you what, it wasn't hard to watch, but I didn't think he was going to get there.
Yeah, he took a bit of riding, but he's a lovely, genuine big stayer and been very well placed by John, and he's had a great prep. He's been a model of consistency, and he got another well-deserved win today.
It's a money run race.
It was. I sort of always mapped to box seat behind Oziggy, who I thought was the one to beat. I was concerned there when that outsider took off and crossed the rail because Jason popped off, and I knew it was just a matter of time before that horse stopped in my face. So all I had to do was get off the rail into clear room, and then he just kept grinding them down.
Well done.
Thanks.
Yeah, congratulations to Chad Schofield and to John Thompson, as described by John. A somewhat messy race. You know, they were going pretty slowly, and a couple of mid-race moves shook things up a little bit, and it was the best ride that ultimately took it out. Chad with Impunity darting back towards the inside, albeit 3 or 4 horses off the fence, and claiming the 5th event. So
Thank you, Gabriel, man. Thank you for being here. Good night.
Still to come here from Warwick Farm. We'll see you in a bit. Okay, let's leave it there. Impunity defeats Fulfilled and California Grass. I'm quite sure that's Dundeal's 3rd winner of the day from only 5 races. He won the first 2, Dundeal, and now the 5th race, obviously better known as a stayer himself, Dundeal. And he wins the 2400 metre race. So 3 winners on the day for the sire Dundeal. Good effort. We'll leave it there as the winner returns to scale. John Thompson, another winner, and the Chad Schofield. Next up, we go back to Ipswich.
I got a feeling that something right. I'm so scared in case I fall off my chair. Then I'm wondering I'll get down the stairs. Clowns to let me, jokers to the night, here I am.
Yeah, Manuel 2 looks like is the winner.
It's possible.
Third running today, peak fitness.
Absolutely. And, it's fairly open, this race, but I'm happy to go with her. Definitely can't get what I want. Tripodi, I'm going to keep him there for third. He did touch. He went 5,480 back to 5, but 7 goes on soft for nothing at all. Is a concern for Trey Porting. They could have got him scratched because of the downgrade of the track, but they've elected to go with him today. Didn't run the mile last time. He's much better back to the 1350. I think most people agree. And then I see you coming for Trevor Thomas is going well.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where the toppy ends up here as well, Atlantic Ocean. You know, he's back from a 78 and a class 6 last start. I'm 4,652. Here's Jared.
Red light on, no delay, they're racing immediately. Centre bounce has got to drift back towards last early. Trey Porty stepped away nicely. Now Can't Get What I Want is going up, along with deeper, or rather closer to the inside, April and Augusta. So they find their positions. April and Augusta leads by a neck to Can't Get What I Want. 2.5 away then to I See You coming in third, around Trey Porty improving fourth the rail. 3 lengths Northern Decree inside of Lindell, and the final pair, Centre Bounce the rail on its outside Atlantic Ocean. So they work off the back straight in just about 4 even pairs here with 800 left to go. April in Augusta is the leader, clear by a half length. 2 in second spot, Can't Get What I Want. 2 away, I See You Coming, the outside of Trey Porty there. 3rd and 4th approaching the 600. Then came Lindell, who's just under the pump there from Northern Decree. Atlantic Ocean goes okay. He's about to get to the outside and Set About's held together last of all. Up to the home turn, 400 left to go. April in Augusta just about to up the ante here. A length in front, 2 in second. Can't Get What I Want. Trey Porty felt 4 behind them. I See You Coming's making ground. Centre Bounce into the clear with Atlantic Ocean the widest. April in Augusta just in front from Can't Get What I Want. Then came I See You Coming. Deeper Centre Bounce runs on. Late near the rail, Northern Decree, a good finish. Can't Get What I Want in front. Northern Decree's driving quickly, driving and got up. Northern Decree through on the inside beat Can't Get What I Want. 3rd, Not Sure. Trey Porty over on the inside with Centre Bounce flashing out wide. And then came April in Augusta, not beaten far from Atlantic Ocean. I See You Coming. And Lindell was last of all.
So 5 beat 6, just waiting for the 3rd number. Trey Porty was there, Centre Bounce, there were a few of them. But Northern Decree, trained by Rob Heathcote, and Vlad Jurek in the saddle. Double to Vlad, 772.30. Can't Get I Want, $1.60 as we look at the concluding stages. April in Augusta, the ledge just petering out at the moment. Trey Porty's back there on the rails, and Centre Bounce had to come from an awkward spot second last with Atlantic Ocean on the extreme outside. So it is close for 3rd. We just need to roll that on a little bit more. But a good first up performance there by Northern Decree. Has got up, was pretty good first up last prep, went just outside of the placings, but goes a few better today. Bernie?
Yeah, he was fantastic. I actually have always quite liked this horse, and I think I'm looking forward to see what Rob thinks, but I think he could be in for his best prep yet, Northern. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, we think so too. To be honest, I just see the connections coming here now. I'm going to ask Vlad just to ride him quiet. Don't do too much on him because there's a beautiful race coming up in 2 weeks' time at Eagle Farm that I've got my eye on. Bugger went one today, so we can't complain.
Can't complain at all. Obviously, he had one under a mile before today, but do you feel like he's really putting things together now? I mean, I guess he's a mature 5-year-old now, isn't he?
And he jumped out super the other day, and oddly enough, he was about 3 or 4 pairs back on the fence and shot up the rail and won his jump out. And he's come out and done the same thing today. But yeah, look, the team do a great job with him. He needs a little bit of TLC around the stables. You know, a lot of ice treatment on his back, and he's one of those horses, muscular wise. He needs a bit of TLC. But he's come back good. I think he's a beautiful looking horse.
He's a gorgeous horse, and just looking at him as well, he can even improve on his coat. So you've got room to move with him. He's going to improve.
He's versatile too. He's winning today, 13.50. I think miles probably spent distance, but we could stretch him out to get over a trip being by, what is it, Watercree or something, so.
Yeah, Watercree. Flat Tree. It's a great rider, isn't he?
Ripper. Love having him back. It's just, he's so cool, calm, collected. He never gets too excited and he rides like that.
That's brilliant. Good on you, Rob.
Good on you, mate.
Rob Heathcote. Great effort. I think he's in for a great campaign, Maxie.
Yeah, well, you can't go any better than that to kick your preparation off. Coming through nearer the inside there. Can't Get I Want, going up to Class 5 grade today, almost pulled it off and Centre Bounce. She's slow to go, wasn't she, Bernie? And in a bit of an awkward spot coming down the side, but she did finish her race off nicely the last 100.
Yeah, she did, but he had just more zip in his legs, didn't he?
Yeah, you can see,
he was back there with her.
Yeah, he's inside of her at this point here, and you can see Vlad switching back towards the inside. We've had a few winners coming down the outside fence, but nothing really wrong with that inside portion.
Whisper was going around, Maxie, the inside's off, and boom, that's what happens. We'll ask Vlad when he arrives. He is busy giving Rob Heathcote a bit of a run down there at the moment.
He came down the outside, didn't he?
He did.
On
earlier.
Yeah, in an earlier race on, was it Pele Princess? Steaming home, probably about 10 horses off the rails, Vlad. Wanted to run running on the outside, but today he's happy enough to switch back to just a couple off the rails on this guy Northern Decree.
which tells us this track is very even. It's a soft 6. I think it's not too wet.
No, it did stop raining, what, about an hour and a half ago?
Yeah.
And it's been pretty good since. So, a genuine soft 6. They went 121.59, 35.59, and a neck. It's only a neck the winning margin, but
I'll be quick.
Strongest on life.
I'll be quick. I know the stewards are waiting. Well done, and nice to see this horse punch through on the inside there first up.
Yeah, he won like that with Robbie Doolan on him one day. He got right up on the paint, so I wasn't too worried about switching back to the inside. Rob sort of was pretty stringent in his instructions to ride for luck, so I was ringing in my head around the corner when I was itching to get off the fence, so I switched back in, did what the boss wanted, and, you know, he was great through the line, the horse, so it's a good win.
Beautiful ride, well done.
Thank you.
All right, Vlad Jury there, and there are your numbers 5, 6, 4, and 3. Come back to you, Anthony.
Okay, Northern Decree 772.30. Can't get what I want, and it's centre bounce 5, 6, 4, 3. We will leave it there. We're going to go back to Warwick Farm. Their last 6-race card. And final favourite, Noble Conqueror. I did say during the preview, this has probably been the best back runner all day. That was certainly a preview time. Be interesting to see where this one finishes. Currently 260 with 9 minutes of betting time remaining. Here's the team on track.
Welcome back to Warwick Farm, ahead of the lucky last. This is the Tab Handicap, 4-year-old and up, benchmark 72 over 1400. It's a knockout, likely to go around on Saturday. Pioneer Lass and Bluff and Bluster, they are the 3 scratchings out of this one, leaving us with a field of 9. And we'll start off the yard with our favourite, Noble Conqueror, James McDonald, teaming up with Chris Waller.
Beat Headley Grange there first up at Randwick, which suggested that he'd come back well, but he hasn't really looked likely in 2 runs since. So has got well back in his runs, and he has been in Saturday company. So well placed back to this grade. He's up in weight, but he does find James McDonald.
He always looks great. He's just one of those really flashy types. Every time you see him, he looks fantastic. He's got a swagger. The way he walks around here, I know he has to carry the weight. He's got 61. But in saying that he's a big boy, I don't think that will worry him at all.
Capital Asset, Kieran Maher and Aropa.
3 of his 4 wins have been 4th up, 6th up, 4th up. So he's a horse that does improve with a few runs under his belt. Well beaten by Noble Conqueror at Randwick first up, so he does need to turn the tables on that horse. We have seen him since. He was at Canterbury and he boxed on okay to run 4th, but ultimately had his chance. Normally he's
He's nearing his peak now, having had a couple of runs under his belt, and he really seems to start to find form after a few runs, so expect to see improvement from him here today.
Rob Full, formerly with Sam Kavanagh, now with Chris Waller. Horse 3, Karen McAvoy, barrier 7, tongue-tie first time.
He's the wild card here, so interested to get Shenny's thoughts on him in terms of how he parades. So he's a talented horse. He didn't come up in 2 runs last campaign, and that was off a 43-week break. Resumes today off a very similar break. First run for Chris Waller, as you say, Ben. Inconclusive trials, found it really hard to get a line on those, but he's holding his spot in the market, albeit just a touch easy, as I say that.
He's really thickened up. He's had a year, almost a year off the scenes. I'm not too sure what the issue was there, but he was always one of those real wiry type of geldings, but he's certainly filled out now. He looks really good. I think he'll need the run here this afternoon. Expect to see him step out over a little bit further, but I remember actually when he came in here, I think it was on debut or maybe his second run, and I thought he was going to be a really good gelding going forward. Maybe not lived up to the expectations, but just the way he's come back, I expect him to have a good prep.
House of Cards has flown fresh in the past. Michael Friedman, Regan Bayless.
He does have a very good first up record. He's won his past 2 first up. So he went to the Paddock a winner. That was at Hawkesbury last campaign, and that was on the back of running 3rd to Yorkshire, and he was well beaten on that occasion. But we know Yorkshire is smart, and he did jump a $2.70 second favourite. So he's got that strong SP profile, proven fresh. He maps well, 1,400 metres first up. Would have liked to have seen a touch more from him in his second trial, but his first trial was good.
It was, wasn't it? He's another one that I always liked from early days. He did a lot wrong. He did a lot wrong in his races. He wasn't the most tractable horse, but I like what he did last preparation. They kept him out on the provincial circuits and got the confidence that he probably needed. So right race to resume in. He looks fit forward. He looks like he's feeling very well within himself, so very positive.
Beyond Baker has the 6 Dom Pedro, Josh Parr, barrier 10.
We'll give him a pass mark for what he did there first up at the midweeks. That was over the 1550s, settled outside the lead, just peaked on his run that last little bit. His form does suggest that he's got a history of improving with a run under his belt. Has to come back to 1,400 metres, but he was a city winner this time last year.
I know Ali didn't mind him first up, with the improvement to come, so I'd say he would have taken that. He's in good order. Probably another run to reach his absolute peak, but it's not to say that he can't improve here, having had a run under his belt.
Yeah, Red Hot Lizzie, Andy Adkins for Kieran Marr.
Her run last start was better than it reads on paper, so she got sandwiched at the start. That was a few weeks ago. Settled out the back. She made good late ground behind Idle Flyer, who we saw win the first race today, albeit in a field of 3 as a $1.30 chance. But I think she's working towards something. She has run well in similar races to this in the past, and I think she's a place chance at longer odds.
No excuses for her. She's got a lot of fitness on her side now, so you can't make too many excuses if she runs poorly, because I thought she got going late. She was good through the line.
Wild Gypsy, Tyler Schiller, Annabelle Neesham and Rob Archibald.
The one at the midweeks had her second career start, hasn't added to that tally since then. She's holding her form okay this time back without winning. Back to 1,400 metres, I think that's okay for her. She does race like a mile will suit, but you look at her form, and she is a touch better performed over the shorter journey, so maps to get the right run here on top of the speed.
Well, I remember when she went over a mile at Wyong a couple of starts ago, and she just overdid it. She wouldn't relax. They dropped her back last start, rode her with cover, and I thought she was a lot better. So I'm tipping they'll probably try and do the same. I think she's a little bit headstrong. She does what she wants to do. Presents well, nothing wrong with her. She's a little bit hot if I was being somewhat picky, but if she gets the right run, then there's no reason why she can't run up to a loss.
The 10 is Zoe, Chad Lever for Craig Carmody.
Comes into this a last start winner at Wyong. That was 7 weeks ago now. She led and really didn't look like losing. That was despite being sent around a $51 chance. So her maiden win was as a $41 chance. So there is a little history there that's surprising at bigger odds.
They seem to keep spacing her runs, because when she won at Wyong, she was off a 6-week break, and now she's had another 5 or 6 week gap into this. She's a little bit playful now that Chad's jumped on board. I think that's her from memory.
And Ball, they have Run Rory Run. We heard from their stable earlier. Sienna Grama claiming 3.
He's going well. He boxed on quite nicely there to run third at the midweek's last start as a $41 chance, so ran well above market expectation. He settled outside the lead, and that was a sharp improvement of 2 runs at Coffs Harbour. So you'd think he'd need a wet track to figure here, but there was some stable confidence earlier, Shani.
Absolutely. The stable are very confident bringing him down. He's got a great record over 1,400 metres, first time over this trip, this campaign. I thought his run was exceptional the other day, just got run down in the lab stages after hitting the front at 1 point. So a repeat performance on that sees him right in the mix.
Okay, so that's a look at them in the yard ahead of the last. I'd go through all of the permutations when it comes to the jockey challenge, but we have 6 jockeys on 3 points. Zach, Timmy Clark, Braith, Will, Molly, Chad. So long story short, there are heaps of options, and if you backed one, I dare say you're still a chance. Chris Arwood joins us from the Wallace stable. Noble Conqueror and Rothwell. Let's start with Noble Conqueror. What are you expecting today, Chris?
Look, he's in great form. Obviously, he's been running well without winning. Zach Warwick's been riding him, and probably just been a victim of circumstances in the last couple of runs. He's having track wide, or he's got over racing. Today we've got the J-Mac factor on today. He'll sit just behind the speed and hopefully fan out and with a late run.
Okay, Rothwell would certainly be the one that many are cheering for. We know the backstory with Sam Cavanagh, now with Chris. What are you expecting today first?
They've got one of the best jockeys on one.
But he's impressive. He's had a couple of quiet trials with us. We'll probably get back on him today. Look, if it's a bit
It won't be easy for one to get this.
Top lane, but look, he's a nice horse.
The 4 is in a much better position than that 1.
Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Thanks to Chris, and best of luck to you. They have a big addition to the stable I mentioned in the preview, Shani, like a Lucy. So she's favourite for the New Zealand Oaks. She's currently with Robbie Patterson there in NZ. She's going to head here. She runs in the Group 2 Fillies Classic over 2,000 at Tarapa on the weekend. Then we'll run in the Oaks there, but then making the trip over. So another one for Aussie. He's purchased her like Scarlet Oak. She might be a big deal once she arrives on our shores.
She might be. That's looking forward to seeing her. House of Cards, I've always liked this horse from day one, actually. I've always kept a close eye on him, and I think he just presents fit and forward, ready for this. Noble Conqueror, absolutely nothing wrong with the top weight. He's a beautiful animal, but I am with House of Cards.
Late mail numbers, I'm also with House of Cards 4, 3, 1 and 8. I think he's still got more to come, this horse. I know he's had the 8 career starts, but he's still got a few little quirks. So hoping we see the best of him. What gives me confidence is the fact that he has been well performed fresh in that class. Just hoping he can jump on terms, make use of that draw, and not be too far away in the run. I threw in Wrathful as the danger. The market's a little bit soft on his chances. The stable think he'll improve in time, but he does have talent. One Noble Conqueror, hard enough to beat. The market likes him today. Back in grade as a $2.70 chance, and 8 Red Hot Lizzie goes in as the 4th pick. 4, 3, 1, and 8. The quaddy approximates. You're looking at around dividends of about 16,000 if either of the favourites win here. So if you've got a ticket, I wish you the best of luck. But it looks like the two favourites are pretty popular here in betting, Anthony.
Our Noble Conqueror found his price. He was $2.70 when you did your preview, and I thought he might travel a little bit given the good support for him, but he's found his price. And House of Cards, good late push here, $3.20 on tap fixed odds, pushing Noble Conqueror, Wild Gypsy $6.50, and then Wrathful, who's now up to $10. A good betting race. Noble Conqueror were on favourite, but good support for House of Cards. Here's Darren Fliddell for the last.
There'll be blindfold on. Yes, Noble Conqueror. Red Hot Lizzie's locked away. So we're getting close to a start. For the final race of the day, this over 1,400 metres, capital assets locked in. And Don Pedro now, I think, is the last to go forward. Yep, Don Pedro drawn the outside, moves in for the last of 6 here at Warwick Farm. And the light is on, we're ready to go. Stand by. There's a bit of movement in the gate, might be Wrathful bobbing around. Has been some money at longer odds. It's a knockout, was scratched after 7:30 this morning. Off and racing now. Noble Conqueror, the favourite, will settle in the second half of the field, and Zoe Jump will do Run Rory Runner. And now Don Pedro strides forward up on the outside into a prominent position, followed by Capital Asset. House of Cards is probing through on the rails, and Red Hot Lizzie, Wild Gypsy between them. The favourite Noble Conqueror back to second last, and 3 lengths to Wrathful. Zoe at the 1,000 metres, a half in front to Don Pedro, then Run Rory Run, followed by a Capital Asset pulling a bit in for Wild Gypsy deeper out. 2 lengths away then a House of Cards on the inside of Noble Conqueror. So the two favourites are back together at the 7.50 from Wrathful, and Red Hot Lizzie is the last one. So Zoe, a last start winner in front by a half on Don Pedro at the 600 metres. Then Run Rory Run, Capital Asset, Wild Gypsy taking closer order. Noble Conqueror gets going as well. House of Cards got held up there for a few strides, and it's all cluttered up. Coming around the turn, Zoe in front. From Don Pedro, Capital Asset, Wild Gypsy, Noble Conqueror hooking deep. House of Cards has got it all to do. 200 to go, and Don Pedro moved up to claim Zoe now. 3 lengths away to House of Cards, Noble Conqueror. Don Pedro leads at the 150. Don Pedro 2 lengths clear. House of Cards racing into second. Don's home of the last. Don Pedro beats 6. Zoe hung under third. The Noble Conqueror, followed by Wrathful making up many lengths. Further back to Red Hot Lizzie, then Capital Asset, Wild Gypsy. Run Rory Run was last in.
Well, Don's done a good job there. Had to overcome a wide gate. Josh Parr spearing across from barrier 10 and winning at $8.50 on the local tote, $2.30 the place. House of Cards, you knew you were up against it with a couple of hundred to go. Just didn't seem to be closing quite quickly enough, and lengthened a bit the margin in the end. So he was brave up on speed. I'm sure the Carmody team will be really happy with what they saw there. A Noble Conqueror never really loomed as a winning chance despite being a clear favourite. And jumping a clear favourite, 6, 4, 10 and 1. What did you make of that win from Don Pedro there, Brad?
Good win, given he was back in journey. I thought they might have been using this as a bit of a stepping stone to something third up, but he was still too good despite that. There are a few punters that didn't mind him. He was pretty solid there. At around that $11, I think he closed a little bit shorter on the local tote. So you make your own luck. I guess that's half the battle, and he was strong through the line, wasn't he? House of Cards did make some kind of late charge, but he's got shuffled back in the run at a critical point in the race. Probably should have been in the finish, but he'll come on from that. He's a nice horse. We can follow through the grades. There was gaps back through the field, so I think that'll be a decent enough form reference, but we know the stable is absolutely flying, and that's another winner for the Björn Baker stable. Don Pedro, second up, showed good improvement from that first up run, and it was too good today.
Yeah, so you look at the form book and you see it's been a year between drinks. The last win was, February 9th, so just short of a year. But in fairness to Don Pedro, he's only had the 4 starts.
I don't know how that played, but that's what it is.
get up towards that ideal.
We'll do the last race at Ipswich.
Most looking for, okay, drop back in trip. Maybe we'll need to wait till next time with Don, but he's struck today. And continues Glenn for the stable, and Don was good today.
Yeah, he was. He was terrific. I think all the credit's got to go to Bjorn here. He's giving him a couple of trials, then backed off him and didn't trial him again for about 5 weeks. Had him out the 1550 first up, dropped back to the 14. He just relished it. So, I think it was a really good training feat. And but he goes good, the horse. You know, we sort of campaigned him a little bit with the country cups last time in, and look, at his best, he's a very capable horse.
Well, I'm now scratching my head. What is the peak trip? We were thinking mile, but now that 1400 with some freshness in the legs look good.
Well, that's right. With the freshness in the legs, the 1400 suits him. Probably, out to the mile, 1800. He's been cruising over it, but he was terrific today.
Well done.
Well, thanks, Matt.
Congratulations once again. I feel as though not a Metro meeting goes by without having a chat to the Bjorn Baker stable post-race. And Josh Parr gets another win. I'm sure very pleased with the efforts of Don from the White Gate.
Absolutely. I know he didn't run him first up, but that race just topped him up beautifully for today.
Yeah, it certainly did. I love a horse back in distance that you can bang out on the speed. It's like Christmas.
I thought he needed another run looking at him, but good effort from Bjorn. His stable's flying.
Yeah, that's right. No, Bjorn actually, he got him really fit for today and had him ready to go. And he needed to be, because he wasn't going to have the necessary turn of foot if required. So I was glad he had him well and truly up to the mark for me to get the job done. Good job. Thank you.
Congratulations to Josh Barr. He gets a win aboard Dom Pedro, who beats House of Cards, who ran on gamely, no match for the winner. Zoe was brave there up on speed in an each-way quote, paying $5.90 the place on the New South Wales Tote. Noble Conqueror in for 4, 6, 4, 10 and 1. It's been short but sweet, the meeting here at Warwick Farm. Thankfully, that storm stayed away. It went past a little bit north of here. Our thanks to Brad and to Shani for their help throughout the course of the day. To all of the industry participants we got to have a chat to. The team in the truck at French's Forest, and to Anthony Manton as well. We'll catch you next time from the midweeks.
Good on you, Benny. Don Pedro, the Don. 5-year-old by Piero wins the last there. Another one for Björn. Defeats House of Cards. And Zoe Noble Conqueror's run 4, 6, 4, 10 and 1 after the last 6 race card from Warwick Farm. Done and dusted. Okay, still got a couple to come from Ipswich, however, so we'll take a short break. That's where we'll head next.
I said,
Field. Drew a bit of an awkward gate, but I thought pretty much had his chance. So a little bit of a freshen up, but he's ready to go again today.
Look at Buckalux. He's the oldest horse in the race, the 9-year-old. Jimmy Downs at Desert trains in. Courtney Bellamy in the saddle, and he looks fantastic.
Yeah, he hasn't won for a while. A good old boy, but he likes to get out and get running, so he'll be up on the pace. Just thought against this opposition, maybe a rough chance of running third or fourth.
Okay, here's Shot of Whiskey. He is first up from a spell. He's been a recent Deegan trial winner, Matt Oyster, Jasper Franklin.
Well, I guess with the track, probably around a 6-7, enhances his chances. It 4 goes on soccer, 3 wins in a second.
Yeah, you'd say it is his preferred type of track.
And he loves being fresh. Last preparations, he won first up and second up. He's got a draw where he can position handy, lead, take the trail, be in the first 2 or 3, and with Jasper Franklin's claim is another positive. So I can't find any negatives.
No. Galaxy General is the 5. Lindsay Goff and Georgie Cartwright. Barrier blanket, blinkers, tongue tie, all off.
Yes, a newcomer to Lindsay's stable, so significant all those gear changes. I thought he trialled okay behind Devastate back on the 16th of January. Ran third, not really asked. So off that, I've been respecting Galaxy General. Unchanged at $16. He could be a good each way play for you. Putting a couple of bucks win place.
Okay, let's look at Boom Master now. This is a 4-year-old who's very lightly raced from the Chris and Corey Muntz stable, and Siobhan Ratledge to ride.
Yeah, up a fair bit in grade. 1 or 2-year-old maiden at the Sunny Coast a year ago, and then got up first up at Ballina. It was only a Class 1. Nevertheless, it was a solid win carrying plenty of weight, but he goes from that Class 1 to this BM70, so he'll need to be, putting in a peak performance here today.
Hermanita is also first up from a spell. Chris and Corey Muntz, Talia Fenlon.
By the way, I just recognised that Boom Masters from a mare called Widow's Walk. I reckon she won a race on a hot track one day.
Hermanita,
You do have a memory like a race caller, so I wouldn't be surprised.
sometimes it's selective. Hermanita. Any support for this mare? She comes out of Barrier 9. She's unchanged at $8.50, but she won 3 in a row last preparation. The latest 2 were at Doomben back in August and September, where she drew the outside, gates 12 and 11. They stamped her urgent, and there was no sign of stopping. She managed to go all the way, so I thought a recent trial wasn't a real test for her. But at that price, for a horse that's won its past 3, could possibly be a bit of overs.
All right, let's look at Cricket's Chirping now. She went from first to last at her last 2 starts. Chris Lee's Andrew Mallion.
Yeah, it was a 62 at the Gold Coast that she won narrowly, and then a bit of a wide trip last start up the benchmark 70 at Eagle Farm. So I think with a few runs back now and a better draw, should be okay on the rain affected. Could be an improver.
City Chip is the 10, Malcolm Bailey and Paul Hamlin.
The last couple of runs not quite good enough to figure in the top 3 or 4.
And here he is, all-inclusive. This is our favourite, David Van Dyke and Jimmy Orr.
Yeah, I think the significant point with him is getting earmuffs race first time, just to have him settle down now. Bernie, he beat Street Chase at his first start at Dual Prelude, and then they decided to take him to Sydney. Went to Randwick and didn't fire there. He was wide in the Tottenham, but we haven't seen him since March.
Bolted, but that's his undoing, is that he's not blistering out of the machines usually. He goes for about 100 metres, 150 metres, and then they can't hold him. That's what he did in Sydney. There must have just been too much speed on when he won at Doomben that day. But in saying that, he did sit 3 wide the trip.
Yeah, I just got that visual in my mind now, and he swept around them and swamped them in the straight. So that's what he's going to want here, isn't it? 1,100 metres, he's going to want them to run along. He did have a mid-year prep, but David wasn't happy with the way he was jumping out or trialling.
No, because again, he gave him 2 trials, and he pretty much bolted in both of them. So I think in his theory was, I don't want to cook this horse, let's put him back out for another rest. And he's had this trial back at the Sunshine Coast where, again, he was in behind them and then he took the lead.
Yeah, Ormond rode him and didn't really do a lot on him. He ran second there. Yeah, so there's that query, isn't there? Other than that, he's obviously got a lot of ability to do what he did at his first start. He sort of got the tongue starting to wag that day.
Yeah, he certainly did get the tongues wagging on debut because the horse he beat on that occasion, Maxie, was Street Chase and Defiant Boom back in 3rd spot. So it was a proper race. Of course, Street Chase going on to be a multiple city winner since.
Yeah, absolutely. And this fella just rounded them up, didn't he? Yeah, Ryan Maloney rode him nice and patiently and he steamed home over the top of them. So the earmuffs hopefully will do the trick. Here we've got Jimmy Orman riding him, obviously knows him well. He did trial him the other day, so he'll come out and probably. Did he have the hood on? I'm not sure. That it's very difficult to see.
It is.
You don't know. I can usually check with blinkers because you can see the cups on them when they trial. And if I couldn't see anything, it's hard to tell, isn't it, if they've got that hood on. He probably did. I'd say he did. I'd say he would have. Anyway, I'm with Shot of Whiskey here. I think just all adds up. But he's reliable. I think looking at his form, what you see is what you get with him. And he's been really solid in the market. So I'll take the punt with him. Shot of Whiskey to beat number 8, Hermanita. Just out of point, 850 out to 950. A bit of an awkward gate first up, but she's got plenty of speed if they wish to use it. Then all inclusive. But if he does everything right here and he switches on beautifully just behind the leaders, he's going to take a lot of holding out. And then Galaxy General's my good roughie here. He was 16 earlier on the QOP, down to 15, back to $16. So there's a little bit of a push for number 5 at a decent price. We might go to Anthony now and get a quick market update and then back for some final thoughts with Bern.
Okay, $2.90 about the favourite here, Maxi, on tap fixed odds. In fact, $2.80 now, all inclusive, about to tick over. So that's pretty consistent with the price the horse has been for much of the afternoon. 280 is probably about the bottom price it's been, but it's hovered around that $3.290 mark. Shot of whiskey up to $3.50 now. Boommaster $5.50, Skywolf $9.50, and Hermanita's at $10. So all inclusive $270. Shortest price it's been, in fact $280. Shortest price it's been throughout betting, but I wouldn't say it's a savage move as they're about to load for the 6th.
Also been okay, hasn't been asked to do a real lot, so the market is probably the best guy we're going to get, and it's suggesting he's going to run a good race. He's 280 and rock solid, 350 shot of whiskey. Cruised along out in front, ran a good race, or ran a trial well, I should say, at Deegan. He can run well first up here. Shot of whiskey's 350, and then Boommaster at 5, and Skyball 15 to 10 coming up lane. So 4 to load here. Boommaster comes up. Stablemate Hermanita will carry a black cap here. Hermanita, City Chick and Galaxy General will be the last 3 runners to move up. So all inclusive, rock solid back to 270 latest, the favourite. City Chick goes in. And now the last 2 to come forward, Hermanita and Galaxy General, and we're just about set. The Red Bull benchmark 70 handicap, running 1100 metres. So we're set to run. Red light about to appear. All clear. About to be given from behind. We're right now racing. All inclusive began okay. Showing speed Buggerlugs from out wide. All inclusive now pushes up along with Galaxy General not far away. And Cricket's chirping moves to about 4th spot. Over on the inside was Skywolf. City Chick is very wide, and then came Boommaster, who's 3rd last. Shot of whiskey is 2nd last, and 3 lengths off to Hermanita last of all. All inclusive able to drive up and find the lead, and the speed wasn't hectic through the first half of the race. Up towards the 600. All inclusive with Buggerlugs ahead away 2nd. Boommaster caught wide goes forward into 3rd, and then Galaxy General from City Chick. Next Skywolf is being felt for the rail. Hermanita's getting to the outside towards the rear. Cricket's chirping, and Shot of Whiskey is last of all into the straight. All inclusive held together. Buggerlugs is going up and hits the favourite now. Boommaster running on. Hermanita deeper. Then came Skywolf and Shot of Whiskey. It's Hermanita and Boommaster. Skywolf's getting through nearer the rail. Hermanita just in front. Boommaster and Skywolf driving through up on the inside, and Skywolf is going to win it. Wins it a length on the line and beats either Boommaster or Hermanita. Shot of Whiskey got going for 4th. Then Buggerlugs, all inclusive, dropped out from Galaxy General. Cricket's chirping, and City Chick was last of all.
Well, there was good, very late money for that winner there on the QOP. $15 about half an hour ago, down to 9 at the off. Trained by Pat Webster, by Cody Collis, giving him another winner, 960 and 280, a treble.
Is that a treble? Yes, it is for Cody.
Waiting for the minors here. The Munts pair, Boommaster and Hermanita on the outside, both good, in particular Hermanita, who was back wide. Let's have a look at this, and then the unlucky runner near the rail, Shot of Whiskey. Looks like a dead heat there for 2nd, but 1's the only number on the frame.
Yeah, and 4's up there, Shot of Whiskey, who had to wait and follow the winner, Skywolf, through. You can see here now on the head-on, just not quite enough room there. Skywolf rather, is a good-looking animal, and he's a big, brutable horse too, so you need a pretty decent run to get up underneath him, I would think, Maxie.
Yeah, and then he's had to try and pick up against that momentum loss. The run was better than it looks from Shot of Whiskey there. He was back in territory that he's not familiar with. He's usually up on the speed. But all on us with the winner, Sky Wolf. That's his 7th victory at start 27. He went all the way to Inverell for the cut there and freshened up a little bit and gets the money. It could be a dead heat. It is for 2nd between the Chris Muntz pair. So won the winner, Sky Wolf. A dead heat, 6 Boommaster and number 8 Hermanita. And we just need to check out the official 4th placing. All inclusive, he took the lead there, but yeah, he just won't settle in front. He was just going too strong. At one point, Jimmy Orman was really swinging off him, and he's just got a little bit tired over the final part. But Skywolf is the winner
He certainly is, and he is a mammoth of a horse when you get down here close. Let's have a chat with winning trainer Pat Webster. Super job. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, Bernie. We've had him bottled up for a bit, waiting for a bit of moisture in the track, and still wasn't sure this morning, but I thought, he needs a run, and there's a bit of rain around at home, so I was just hoping it was coming through, but super ride by Cody, so yeah, great.
He's on fire. I'm tipping this guy. Looks like he likes the feed bin a bit.
Loves the feed bin. He's a bit like his trainer. But yeah, no, he's a lovely horse to look after, and yeah, I think there's more wins in store for him.
Great job. I agree. Super win. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, and let's move on to Cody. That's 3 for the day, so it's a big day out for you. Oh, sorry, 2. I got ahead of myself. Why was I getting ahead of myself? That's 2 for you. You corrected me.
Yeah, absolutely, and I couldn't agree more with Pat. I think there's plenty more wins in this horse, and he gave me a pretty easy job. He just said, ride it where it's comfy, and the horse jumped and put itself there, and the runs opened up on the fence, so he had every possible, and just absolutely ate up that ground, Bernie.
He looks a magnificent horse to ride, being so big and burly underneath you.
Absolutely, and being a horse that big, it was good with him being able to carry the 61 on his back, so he handled himself really well today.
You yourself, I feel like you're really getting on a roll again here now. Are you feeling that too?
Absolutely, I couldn't be any more confident in my career as I am at the moment. Just building back up, getting some more rides, and yeah, just loving it at the moment.
Obviously, a jockey's career is peaks and troughs, so you've got to ride those troughs to get to a peak, don't you?
Absolutely, you've got to take the highs with the lows, and getting through it is, if you can get through it, you could be anything.
Well done.
Thank you, Penny.
All right, there he is. Young Cody Collis. Sorry, Maxie, I don't know. I got ahead of myself. I added a win onto him.
Yes, wonder he didn't go with it. But yeah, satisfied with the double, Cody Collis. Picking up the ride only this morning on that winner there, Sky Wolf. Shot of Whiskey does clearly get that 4th spot there. The overall time, 64.77, 35.66, so they've been mostly running home in around about that time, 35.5, 35.6. It was 1 length, then a dead heat, and probably about a half a length back to Shot of Whiskey. Back in 4th placing.
All right, 1 meets 8, 6, and 4. So we come back to you, Anthony.
Okay, thanks, Bernie. Sky Wolf wins there, the 7-year-old by a Keed Lafeed, 186 and 4. Going to leave Ipswich with 1 to come, and we're going to take a short break. On the other side, Form Line Extra, Scone and Gary Harley, who's done all the form.
Of that day that Timmy Clark rode him. Last time he had two good places at Newcastle in the white, only just beaten the day at white. And it's not a very strong lot. I think he'll start shorter. Keegan Latham, I think he can win the first two, Keegan. So that'll make his manager happy. And this is one of them. So for the placings, Conjure number 2 to Mark Mitoveni. It's a first starter by Soviet Think, who's trial really good. Won a trial recently at Scone. Star Venture's a plugger with a Chris Lee stable, run second the other day. And Avalon Lady failed last start, run third first start. But looks a good thing, but it'll be a good thing's price. 1, 2, 8, 6.
Let's move to race number 2 then and have a look at the market for this one, a benchmark 64, stayers 2,200 metres. Now, Arcadian Emperor went around today. It'll need to come out, so this market's not worth anything. Balmiro and Storm Park will be favourite by the time the favourite's scratched in the morning. No point red in that market, however. Let's have a look at your speed map. According to Racing and Sports, just the 1 litre Storm Park. Gary, what did you land on, given that we're expecting Arcadian Emperor to be scratched?
I think Balmiro will start favourite. I think he'll win. For John Sargent and for Keegan Latham. He's got barrier 1. Now, he didn't have a lot of luck last start. We'll go to Newcastle on 25th of January. He did get beat 4 lengths, but in a big field of 13, he got a mile back and then black and white checks and the yellow sleeves. He got held up in the straight. He was in traffic for a while there. And when he got clear, he had to drag him, into the clear there around about the 200. He made up good ground to get beat 4 lengths. Now, that was over 1,800 metres. He can stay all day. He won a race at Scone on a heavy track on the 2nd of August by more than 4 lengths over 2,200. So tomorrow he goes from the 1880 at Newcastle up to the 2,200 at Scone. I think he'll win. Barrier 1, he might get as far back for Keegan tomorrow. He didn't ride him at Newcastle, JVO did. So I think he'll get the money. Shadow Shot, I thought it could win the other day when it's heavily beat at Newcastle. Country Gallopman, trained by Brett Thompson, can stay all day. Bullet goes on in tomorrow. He ran fourth at Scone, it was, after the Newcastle run, and both runs were very good. And he'll run the trip out. He loves a long trip. 7 up at Comer and number 8 Storm Park are both trained by Annabelle Neeson and Rob Archibald. Half their runners just about tomorrow are in the Scone stable. The other half are at Warwick Farm. Up and Comer one last start in a weaker race. Storm Park won and then run second. 5, 6, 7 and 8.
Okay, we'll move to race 3 then, and this one's a class 1. It's over the 1600 metres. Mostro 310, Cheergal 350. Mostro opened $6 when markets first went up, no scratching, so they got that wrong. It's been a big firm. Cheergal open favourite, it's out to 350. Merchant Gold 380 after opening 250 in fact, so it's been also easy. Want to be quick at 8. Rampozetto's at 9 and Night Patra at 9.50. So Mostro, best backed runner here. Second up for Go Waterhouse, Adrian Bott and Adam Hieronymus making the trip up to Scone. Okay, let's look at your speed map. It'll probably go forward. Might get some company as well. There's a couple there. Want to be quick and Tasia Wild can go forward as well. What do you like, Gary?
13 on Cheergal, trained by Annabelle and Rob. When we pick up its replay at Newcastle, the run third beat 2 lengths. It's in the white colours. It drew a wide barrier. Wide, it was worse than midfield, 3 wide, no cover from the 900, doing it tough. Now the winner out-sprinted it. The winner's in the yellow colours, California Waves, in the run home, but this had a tough run. He had fought on well, only got beat 1.9. Tomorrow, Alicia Collin goes aboard. A bit stronger rider, although I'm not calling Molly Fitzgerald. I think she's a terrific rider, but the barrier, it drew a terrible barrier at Newcastle and never got on the track. Its run was first up at Musselbrook when it come from a mile back and only just got beat when it ran second. Third up tomorrow, my so you think the barrier's okay. I'm pretty keen on it. With Adam Hieronymus going there tomorrow to ride Mostro, you've got to respect it. It ran in that same race, and Cheergal beat it pretty easy by nearly 4 lengths the other day at Newcastle. And Cheergal had a tough run, but so did this horse. He was 3 wide, no cover from the 900 or at the 900, and he tied a bit late first up. He'll be a lot fitter tomorrow, and as you said, the money speaks all languages. So I'm tipping he's going to be very hard to beat. 4 Merchant Gold for Brett Kavanagh on the home track. Its last run was at Newcastle, run 30 on Loog, only beaten a length and a quarter. And Loog, as if it was, going to be hard to beat, and found the line all right, and the winner was a bit too good. And might he be quick? Well, he's been a bit disappointing, but one thing he does, he tries hard, and he normally leads. He's in the Australian Bloodshot colours for Nathan Doyle. 3, 2, 4 and 5.
Okay, we move to race 4 then. This one's the English Midway Benchmark 64. It's over 1,000 metres. Oceans 1, $4.60 is your favourite. Best price I saw was 7. Drums of War, now no jockey listed for Drums of War, $4.80. Singing Star 5, Apache Breeze 6.50. Procrastination, another one with no jockey at 7. Mr. Trackside 7 and Willingale a $9 chance. Rare Beauty 9. So we need all the help we can get with this. Not one runner is over double figures. Gary, so very open here. There's your speed map, and 3 in red according to our friends at Race Against Sports.
Well, a couple of things here. Some of these horses are third because my best bet of the day, the favourite's been scratched. Mortification, it ran today. So Drums of War, will it back up? It's got no jockey. It raced at Newcastle on Saturday, and I could only run 5th there behind Shelby. Well, like Singing Star, it's third favourite in the race. Trained by Damien Lane, all its forms in the country. Here it is in a recent trial at Wyre. It's on the rail, sharing the lead. Bronnie Simpson rode in the trial, but it gets out of Raven tomorrow with stable jockey. It won a race at Dubbo in June, couple of placings at Dubbo and Coonamble later in the year. As you can see, the young lady never moved on it in the trial, and I'm just thinking that Damien will have it ready. its last run wasn't that long ago. It was only the 3rd of December. So what's it had? All December, all January. It's only had 2 months off. So it'll have, a fair bit of fitness. And Hannah still claims 1.5 because it's a provincial meeting. So I'll gamble with it at a bit of value. Ocean's 1 for Edwin O'Rourke. It was with David Pfeiffer because it had 1 run for Edwin at Canterbury. And it ran last on the 17th of January. Got me 10 lengths. And I want to improve, but it did have a placing at Canterbury and a placing at Wales last year when David Pfeiffer had it, and Zach Wellington claimed 1.5. So you'd certainly have to respect it. Runs Award's got a lot of speed if they decide to back it up for the good barrier. And number 2, Apache Breeze, turned into shock last start, but won well prior to that. 5, 1, 3, and 2, race 4, Anthony.
All right, Gary. Yeah, sit tight. We'll take a short break here. Form line extra. Come back on the other side. We'll knock off the quaddy legs.
Session moves up to take the lead of the 200. Just now, Becky is coming to the session in. Just now, Becky just now, Becky blow away session. Dawn Passage when cleared third. Then Avon River pretty brazen. Further back to Lady Naturalist from Salome. A gap back to My Five Phoenix, Blazing Miss Somai. Then came Pandano from Biscara. And a good gap back in the field to My Sweet Fish. And Espania who let them finish last. Castelvecchio, trained by Richard Litt, has taken it out. A stone cold ride from Josh Parr, and when Accession got going on the turn, Josh tracked him up and has ripped down the outside the Dundeel Colt out of the mare St. Therese. He looks spectacular in victory on debut at Canterbury, and what an exciting 2-year-old he is, Castelvecchio. Coming from behind the favourites on the turn, Accession was the first to make the move. He went around them, and Dawn Passage was riding for luck, and Shin had plenty of horses on his inside and outside. It took a while for Dawn Passage to work into the clear, but Castelvecchio with the clear running the outside has taken out the $2 million Endless Millennium, the first running of same, in the time of 1:11.97, coming right down the arches of the Warwick Farm course. Leading the favourite Accession, Hugh Bowman, Chris Waller, and Dawn Passage, Blake Shin, Gate Waterhouse, Adrian Bott third.
He's a popular horse here with our tab customers, and we don't mind him as well up the tab because he typically goes under. He's a one-time winner from about 11 or 12 starts. So he has been costly, and he's favourite again, $240, Titard $420, express payment $850, and switchblade at $9. Let's get to Bernie and Maxie, the last at Eppie.
Welcome back to Ipswich. It is time to take a look at the horses in the yard for race 7, our lucky last race of the afternoon, a class 1 handicap, and it's over 1350 metres. Top 8 and favourite is Johnny DeWolf. I remember him as a good-looking rascal, Maxie. He's just coming into the yard now. Chris and Corey must train him these days with James Ormond to ride.
Yes, he had a stint in Victoria where he had 3 starts for 5th and 8th, or rather 4 starts, and a couple of thirds at Warrnambool. Latest 2 at the Bull led, didn't really offer a lot, kicked on around a place. Since coming to Chris and Corey, they've taken that nose roll off. I think it was only on for that last start, so it's been binned, the nose roll. His only win in 11 starts was here, this course of distance. He won it by a big space on 11.9, so the track conditions right. Could be a bit of pressure if they try and lead with him here, but it's a race he can definitely run him a top 2 or 3.
Number 2 is Boomstar from the Kelly Schweida stable with CJ Grail.
Yeah, track conditions are not a problem either for Boomster. So the gate number 11. Last couple of runs have certainly been good enough. He puts himself up on the pace as well, which is a bit of a plus today.
Lovely big horse is the 3 Express Payment from the Rob Heathcote stable with Jake Bayliss.
Yes, he's had a placing on soft. I was hoping the track would be good with him and he'd be able to sit behind the leaders and get a nice soft run. He was sort of exposed with a big weight first up and noticeably tired the last little bit. I think he's going to be a lot better today. I just hope he handles the ground. He's quite rich enough. He's from a Tavistock mare. That gives me a little bit of confidence on Mum's side. And I like him. I think he's a pretty genuine horse and he's got to be a chance here in the Class 1.
Number 4 is Switchblade from the Stephen Matthews stable. Michael, how do you?
Well, Switchblade was 4th in that same race that He-Man won. This guy was 3rd. Actually, his run was better, I felt, than Express Payment because he was badly exposed from barrier 14 and still managed to run 3rd. The next Stephen Matthews has got him going really well. Soft track, he's had 2 goes for a 2nd and a 3rd.
Grey Impact is number 6 from the Lindsay Goff stable with Cody Collis.
Yeah, well, has one on soft. I'm just not sure about this ground. Got onto a heavy ground 2 starts ago at Eagle Farm and really struggled. But a little bit better last start here behind IOAG, is that how you pronounce it? The run was okay. I'd say more on the place line today for Grey Impact.
Alrighty, let's take a look at Benisa Spirit, number 8, Barry Lockwood and Luke Dempsey.
Yeah, I don't mind Miss Mary. I know she's only won 1 from 9, but a couple of runs in the past have got me in. She ran, I think it was 5th on a pretty heavy track at the Sunny Coast one day. It was a heavy 8 actually. It was a $100,000 maiden. It was won by Shadow Wind. She got back and really found the line strongly, seemingly getting through the ground well. Her one run back, she ran 7th behind the very talented Casanova, doing her best work late. So I think getting to 13.50 second up is good.
Yeah.
Plenty to like about it today.
Out of Control is number 10, Blinkers again from the Tony Gollan stable with Emily Lane.
Yeah, but I totally forget that first up run. The tempo was against and missed the boat at the top of the straight when trying to get to the outside where you pretty much had to be that day. So the run was a little bit better than it looks. Blinkers are going on today, so Out of Control interests me a little bit here.
Tar is the 11, Matt Dunn and Ryan Maloney.
Only win was a 1744 sail made in Victoria on a soft 5, but went to Randwick on a wet track and ran 6th of 16. That was in a decent race behind Piggyback.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Transferred to Matt Dunn. I thought the trial was okay, so probably find this a little bit too short, but I'm watching her closely here. She's probably going to want something a little further, though.
Like Smoke is number 12, Trevor Thomas and Michael Rod.
If you go on the run 2 back here over the 1100, you might have something on today. I thought found the line strongly that day and then just battled a little bit last start of the Sunny Coast.
Risk Assessment is from the Tony Gollan stable with Ange Jones.
Only 1 win from 8 starts. That was at Bow Desert, and it was on heavy ground, so we might see some improvement today, getting onto the soft 6.
Hello in there will be the 15, Tina Kotsiopoulos and Madeline Wishart.
It was okay last start over the 1690 from a wide draw. It started with prices at its last couple, so just happy to watch today, back in trip.
Whistling Ruler, a real roughie from the Peter Moncrief stable in Gatton with Sammy Collett.
Yeah, can't recommend on the recent form.
Rightio, that is how they looked in the yard for the last race. Johnny DeWolf is your $2.60 favourite, ahead of a pretty solid Taitar Maxi, 4s to 4.40. Switchblades in half a point to $8.50. Express Payment also in a point and a half to $8.
It's an interesting runner, Taitar, mare by Old Mansour. Breed suggests further, but the trials have been good, formerly with Price Kent. And now with Matt Dunn at the Willenbar, ran 2nd at Ballina, then won a Bow Desert trial. Right day.
Yes.
Here he is taking him out from a good draw. So haven't got her in the numbers, probably reluctantly, the more I think about it now. Anyway, I'm just going to take the punt on this fellow heading to the start. Express Payment from the good draw. I was hoping there'd be a bit of speed here where he could tuck in behind and get some cover. This time, I was a little bit disappointed with him first up when he faded a bit late, but it was first up over 1350 metres, so I think he will have come on a fair bit from that. Express Payment. Then I've got number 4 in Switchblade, comes out of the same race. Venice's Spirit is the one that I'm warming up to a little bit for Barry Lockwood. And then I've got number 1, Johnny DeWolf. He has had a lot of chances, Johnny DeWolf, and clearly next best number 11, Tai Tai. How did you see it?
Well, I'm with the 4, which is Switchblade, who I thought could run a really good race. I'm hoping here today. He draws reasonably well enough. He did have barrier 14 and obviously a good amount of weight. He's got a similar weight here today, but he just needs to get into a good spot. Love the more than readies on this kind of going. He's actually only won one, but he's only had 7 starts, so he's still on the way up. Definitely 11. I love that trial, and I love the Ballina trial, beaten by Golden Decade. You have Fukubana come out of that. Tribeca Star was in a sort of like a Matt Gunn trial, really. 3 for third, Express Payment. Barrier 1, second up, Improvement to come, and Johnny DeWolf there as well. 4, 11, 3 and 1. Looks as though we've just got, oh no, we've still got 4 to load, so maybe we'll get to Anthony.
Okay, Bernie, yeah, they're loading. We've got 270 about Johnny DeWolf. He sort of hovered around that quote for much of betting. 270 now. Taitar's at $4.20 now, $3.90. So good little trip up there later to beat the favourite and Express Payment $8.50.
Oh, that's said. That's over. That was Ipswich.
Set to go.
The previous one.
Ipswich, light on. Ready. Gates open and they're racing. Pretty even dispatch. Johnny DeWolf towards the front in the early stages of the race, starting to drive up. Grey Impact underneath it though. Boomster not far away. Express Payment railing through to about 4th from Risk Assessment. 2 lengths away then to Switchblade a little wide. Then came Hello in there from Taitar. Midfield the rail. Next Benice's Spirit. A gap of 4 lengths to Like Smoke, and then came out of control and Whistling Ruler last of all. Grey Impact held the lead 3/4. Johnny DeWolf as they run off the back straight at the 850. Boomster up on the outside is 3 deep facing the breeze. Switchblade is wide as well. Express Payment gets a good run 50 inside from Risk Assessment. Then Hello in there. Taitar buried over on the rail, and they were followed by Benice's Spirit. Like Smoke next, and then out of control, and Whistling Ruler last of all. 7 lengths cover them up to the turn. 450 to run in the last, and Grey Impact the leader. But Johnny DeWolf is coming after him now. Boomster's under pressure. Deeper on the track. Switchblade, and then came Hello in there. Cutting the corner, Taitar just in front of an Express Payment, and then Risk Assessment. Benice's Spirit, Like Smoke to the outside. Johnny DeWolf goes for home, a length in front now to Grey Impact. Then came Taitar running on from Like Smoke down the inside, but Johnny's home in the last. Johnny DeWolf is powering away, and it's an easy win for the favourite. Johnny DeWolf 4 lengths beat Grey Impact. Like Smoke doing a bit late to run third. Then Taitar, Benice's Spirit. Next in was Whistling Ruler from Express Payment, and then came out of control Risk Assessment. Hello in there towards the end with Boomster and Switchblade last of all. So number 1, Johnny DeWolf, has a stroll in the park. Just the 1 start for new trainer Chris and Corey Muntz, and was always very, very solid in the market, always favourite. And Jimmy Orman sits up on him late here. Grey Impact had led from him, but he was always travelling strongly. And he's got a good record over this track and distance. That's 4 goes now for 2 wins and 2 seconds over the Ipswich 1350. And this is the way he won his maiden year quite some time ago. It was on a heavy 9. It was back in April of last year. Here's the head-on as they turn into the straight. The Greys under pressure. Jimmy Orman about to press the button on Johnny.
1, 6, 1, 6, 3 and 12, I guess.
Towards the inside, but he really put a gap on them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. We had some races today. We played at Warwick in Queensland, primarily Warwick. But that is it. We had 6 races there, and we are over with that. I'm going to be racing back again on Friday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together and do a little chit-chat. And thank you so much for being there, John. Thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Sayed, thank you so much. Manuel, thank you so much, my friend. Avias, thank you so much. Gabriel, man, I know you've gone to sleep, but thank you so much. Araman, thank you so much for being there. I think that's it. Have a great day, gentlemen. I'll see you on Friday. we'll do some better racing